I apologize for that. But again, it will make sense at the end. And parts may come across as wildly masturbatory.
Hi, everybody.
You'll see with
I'm
that word. But again, as I said, it will make sense at the end. The story will also get unbelievably brutal. I would tell you to not watch this video if you can't handle that sort of thing. But to be frank, your grandpa fought in World War II. He was fine. He saw worse stuff. And I'm choose not to put the 18 plus rating here because I had to live with this crap as a kid. And if I lived through it, you can watch it. Also, for your ancestors, their kids saw their parents fuck, they saw them kill animals, they saw war, they saw famine. If your ancestors' kids can see bad stuff, you can. They're not going to die. So I understand why YouTube would put a 18 plus rating on it, and I respect your decision. It's your company. You have responsibility for it. I don't. But I'm just going to throw the appeal out. This video's length is also pretty insane. Coming from a media background, I didn't want to do it, but at the end of the video, you'll see why that makes sense. This is the shortest period of time I could convey the things I had to convey you to. You should also process this video as if I'm a bard 2,000 years ago, where this is one of the lengthy multi-hour sagas where, like the Nibelungliad, they would say it for an entire week. And so I will change my dress. I will change the framing. It will be on different days because I frankly just can't record this video in a single day. And I understand that some of the ways I shoot and stuff won't be perfect, but it doesn't need to be. If you hear the message, that's enough. And so we'll change. I think that's symbolic of my life. I'm the same person, but I change my clothes and I change my circumstance over the course of my life. Everything in the story is 100% true. You have my word before God, my ancestors, and myself that it's all true. That will also make sense at the end. So this is pretty cool. I'm glad that you folks will get to watch this video. This is going to be a lot of fun. Peace. I, Rudyard William Lynch, was born on June 23, 2001, in Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts, to my parents Mark Lynch and Leslie Payne Zimmer. Our current era of history completely discounts genealogy, which is one of the most deranged things you can do, since genealogy is the code which imprints who you are through your blood. Then once that's imprinted on your environment, the underlying code adapts to different situations. So when you can see someone's genealogy and ancestors, you see the previous actions their underlying code has done before. So let's go through my ancestors. My father's ancestry comes from almost all Ireland, apparently genetically from the south and the west of the country, which is the normal region for Irish Americans. They moved over after the potato famine in the early 1850s and around the time of the American Civil War. Some went to Quebec first, but then they ended up in the American Northeast, with my grandfather growing up in Jersey City and my grandmother in Boston. My family were police for at least 4 or 5 generations straight in Jersey City, which was one of the best jobs the Irish could get. The Irish lived in ghettos with each other in some of the poorest areas and were seen as an ethnic minority. They seized control of the local bureaucracies, and the Irish had control of the police, the city government, and they had stuff like Tammany Hall, which controlled the politics of the Northeast. My father's line has a strange curse that each male must pick an impossible battle. My father told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor, and if I lived with honor, then it didn't matter what money I made or the rest of my life. At least I was a man who had honor. And he said growing up that your status as a man is determined by do you hold your word and do you die on the hills you need to die on. And to be a Lynch, by definition, is to put your own honor above your life, which is the highest virtue a human can do. Honor culture is an integral part of Celtic society going back thousands of years, which Thomas Sowell has written a tremendous amount about, and which manifests in Appalachia with the Scots-Irish as the most obvious example. My great grandpa was in the Jersey City police force, and he picked the wrong faction in the local Democrat Party politics. He was the last man to stand by his patron when everyone else had fled him. He killed his entire reputation and career in the city due to his loyalty to his patron. My grandpa, Joseph Lynch, grew up in Jersey City and worked as a longshoreman. He was 18 years old in 1942 when he was drafted to fight. He passed an IQ test with no background in mathematics and was sent as an aide to the British, he said, because they wanted to make Americans look better to the British by having a humanities-based guy who could talk about philosophy and stuff. And my grandpa always underplayed stuff. He might have been doing more stuff. I don't know. And for those that don't know, the Enigma code was how the British hacked into the German code system in World War II. Some historians think that that turned the tide of the war, and my grandpa was part of that program. We don't really know what he was doing, though. And he didn't talk about it for 30 years until after the event was over, when he was just watching the TV. And the Enigma team came up, and he said to my family, "Oh, yeah, I worked there." After the war, he went back to America, and he was able to go to Harvard on the GI Bill. And he tried to be a lawyer after that, but then they forced him to take too many cases that were against his honor, and so he quit to become a professor. However, during his career as a lawyer, he befriended a Russian noblewoman who became quite fond of him, and so when she died, she left him her inheritance. And when he was a professor, he studied constitutional law, teaching at a school in northern New Jersey up by New York. And the book he wrote in constitutional law was that the founding fathers had purposely structured the Constitution so that there was a degree of plausible deniability inside the philosophic logic, so that you could have a sub-variety of different possible positions with each law that was written. He married my grandmother, Irene O'Neill, where they met at the St. Patrick's Day dance. And she worked she was a homemaker for the family, and he had 5 children where he moved to Princeton, New Jersey to support his family. He did a lot to try to assimilate out of the Irish community. So he studied classical literature, and he studied culture and the Renaissance, and he was really into medieval theology. And he became very Catholic due to the war, where he believed that the war was symbolic for the dangers of modernism and totalitarianism, and the only way we could break out of that was through a return to Christianity. So he was a very strong fundamentalist Catholic, and he thought the 1930s Catholic Church, which meant most people saw as ridiculous reactionary, he thought that it was too liberal and they had to return to medieval values. He was also, although he didn't teach at Princeton, he lived in Princeton, and so he was friends with a lot of the professors, and he was friends with multiple of the most important Catholic philosophers of that time period. And he supported my family off a middle-class income. They lived in a small house together, and they had, I don't know if I said he had 5 kids before, but that's crazy. The Irish used to have that many kids. And, oh yeah, so Irene O'Neill, she's a descendant of Niall of the 9 Hostages, who was a Irish warlord in the 2nd century AD, and he has 6 million descendants because he slept with that many women, and that was a common occurrence for Irish chieftains. It's why, like, all of these last names have millions of descendants, where that's true for multiple Irish leaders. Alastair of the Isles in Scotland's an easy example. Niall of the 9 Hostages. I'm sure Cuchulainn is from O'Connor is from the Irish Hercules, Cuchulainn. Irish last names are nearly 2,000 years old, which is pretty cool. And my family were fishermen in the 1800s before we moved over. And so I wonder if Irish last names are that old, because Gaelic, O'Loinch, in Gaelic, the last name Lynch is from O'Loinchug, which is son of a fisherman. So were my ancestors fishermen for 2,000 years? Final hilarious story about my grandpa. So my grandpa died about 10 years ago, and he was like 95. It's crazy. He was born 1926. And for the final year he was at the home, or the retirement home, whenever he saw an actress on the TV, he yelled whore.
Why am I getting banned, Jared?
Because
why am I getting banned? Oh. That seems insane. Seems fucking insane.
he said, quote,
Dude. New schizo post just dropped. Schizo post dropped. Yeah. It's like this YouTuber, he used to be really good, but he kind of became deranged. Now like he the drop thing.
all of these actresses have sold their bodies to get their status. And he said, I won't stand for this. So this leads... Oh, yeah, final thing. My grandpa fought against the university system. He picked two impossible battles, which is classic Lynch move. I can't say Lynch move. But he picked the fight with modernity because he thought it was all satanic. And he also picked a fight with the university because when he was a professor, he was the only conservative for over a decade. And it's crazy to see he went from voting for FDR to voting for Trump. And my mom, and my mom's not an objective source, said that when he retired, the leftist faculty threw a party because they got rid of the last conservative. Next comes Peter Lynch, unrelated to the famous investor Peter Lynch, who is my uncle, who worked as a strategist for the New Jersey police for nearly 40 years. He said in the 1980s that the greatest new threats to New Jersey were Latin American, especially Salvadorian, and black gangs. This killed his career for the rest of over 30 years because he said the politically incorrect answer, and New Jersey's pretty corrupt, where they only targeted the Italian mafia, and you weren't allowed to say something besides that. And so he became incredibly nihilistic and dissatisfied. He always talks about the Masons running everything. Very sharp guy, though. He's really into Korean dragon boat racing and Morocco and Korea and foreign cultures. Next comes my dad, Mark Lynch, who was born in 1961, and he went to Harvard like my grandpa as a young man. He ran the Harvard Strategy Club as his hobby. After that, he started working in Wall Street when the Reagan presidency started, where he met my mom. My dad made solid money as a mutual fund manager and banking expert. He's an expert in regional and international banking. My father has the same obsessive nerd spirit as what I have, where he's read over 300 books on banking history. He may be the person in the world who's read the most banking history. I try to get him to write a history of banking, and he doesn't do it. And he runs a Mad Max fan account and banking advice page called Corpus Colossus on Twitter. Some of my friends followed my dad without even them realizing it. And he has the ability to look at the outside of a bank, like its driveway or its building structure, and then assess the strategic model the bank uses from that and its core strengths and weaknesses versus other banks. You can give him any city in America, and he will know the top 20 banks in each of their history. I had a joke with my friends growing up where we'd walk past a certain 100-year-old bank, and I'd text my dad, and he'd tell me their entire history. And he studied the banking system of every major country just as his hobby. He also has a hobby in studying Marxist literature, where he's read over 200 books on the topic since his college thesis was on the Left Book Club, which was a leftist printing company for political content in 1930s Britain. And he's read 200 books on the topic, and so growing up, he would explain Marxist lies to me, in that he would read these books to me, and then he would go through how the Marxists had lied, the methods they have used for deception, like overemphasizing numbers, not looking at practical application or human nature. So I heard that stuff growing up. And he said he studied leftist philosophy because he wanted to know how someone could have completely incorrect beliefs and yet be so sure of themselves. And my dad's also predicted every major financial crisis of the last 40 years. And he would tell me as a child, you know, Rudyard, due to money printing, this country's not going to be in a good place around when you're college aged. We'll have blown out our entire economic system. I hope it's better once you're out of college, though. And my family were in the nice house and nice vacation cast of rich, not in the private helicopter and complex trust fund category of rich. I think my family's net worth when I was a kid was like $10 to $15 million total. And my dad, I'm sorry, I love you, Dad, but you have very strong Asperger's, which you might have picked up on. And my dad studies 19th century train routes as a hobby. He memorizes them, and he has an incredibly encyclopedic knowledge of human history, amongst many other things. And when I was a kid, I would just barrage my dad with infinite questions. I'd ask my dad 1,000 questions a day. I would ask him questions on how... I'd ask questions about how he made decisions. I'd ask him questions of the world. It was nice having my dad around because I could just feed off his information. I downloaded so much of it, and it's so much of my worldview. And my dad told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor. And he said, I don't care if you're poor. I don't care what you do with your life as long as you have honor. And that was a value we kept hammering home all the time, that the only thing you could truly own as a man is your own honor. And an example of the kind of guy my dad is that I once texted him, I am going to Mexico tomorrow for a week. And his reply was cool in lowercase. When I was 16, my dad said, you are a man now. I had two roles as a father, to teach you to be a man and to teach you have honor. I have succeeded at both. You are now a man. You are now responsible for your own actions. Figure your own stuff out. And he once said he bought me my first car, and he said, I will buy you the cheapest car you can fit into, which was a Subaru. And he said, now, the things you do out there are your responsibility, not mine. And, another example of the kind of guy my dad is that he ate tuna fish every single day of his life from ages 12 to ages 30. And he did it because it was 50 cents cheaper than the other sandwich option. And he was just accruing the financial benefits of 50 cents a day. And then it gave him crippling mercury poisoning. And my father had crippling mercury poisoning when he inseminated me, which nearly killed him. And nothing worked, and he worked with Russian alternative healers who lowered his mercury blood pressure. And then he went on a trip to China for business, and then jacked up the mercury again. And then he had he suffered for like over a decade with very painful mercury poisoning. He also had gout, which was very unpleasant. I remember his suffering. He couldn't eat beef or wine for years. He was just on like a purely vegetarian diet, which is sad. And yeah, the mercury poisoning was crippling pain. And I can't overstate how instrumental my dad is to who I am as a person. My dad's very wise and said a lot of things that stuck with me for my entire life. For example, let your thought and action be one. The second you think, act. When I was scared about failing a test in high school, my dad took me to the local creek outside our house, and he said, "Look at this creek flow, Rudyard. This creek was here long before the white man came, and it was probably here before the natives were there before, or before the earlier group of natives had replaced another group of natives." And he said, "This creek will keep flowing whether or not you fail the test. You should know that so many of your worries are in your head, and you go out into nature and they're not there anymore." He told me that the way to get rich was to acquire useful skills, and then once you have enough useful skills, someone will pay you for a skill. And he said that there are certain hills you have to die on to be a man. And he said that when everything's said and done, the only thing that matters is that you stood where you needed to stand. And he read to me and my sister before bed every single night for a decade. He read us all of Lord of the Rings, all of Narnia, some of Louis L'Amour, the autobiography of Lee Kuan Yew, Niall's Saga, and Dune, among like a dozen other books. He got me 20 of the great courses, or college-level courses, and played them in the car when I was a child so I could get an education with him. Then we would talk about those topics together. And my dad had a rule that I could only play strategy games until I was
What? You should know. I have many problems.
age 15. He said that he wanted to innately wire my neurology in a way so that I could think strategically on a basal level. He told me that this would do me more good in life than school would. Although my family was wealthy, my dad didn't spend money on me. He forced me to work for stuff. When I was 16, I was already driving my own car, making my own money, running errands, and washing my clothes. He would leave me at home for weeks when he was on business trips for work and expected me to take care of the house, do affairs in his name when I was a teenager. At the company my dad worked at, he was one of the last people who ran a department that wasn't woke. The company was being stultified by bureaucracy, and when he retired, the company fell into a DEI bureaucracy that killed it. When my dad left, they said, "We need you, Mark," to which his reply is, "If I did it, you can do it."
Oh my God.
And as a child, my father would repeatedly tell me, "You will not inherit a cent until I die," because he said, "You have my blood in your veins, and so you can figure out a way to make some money." And he said, "You throw someone in the pool, they're not going to drown, they're going to swim." And I once asked him for new shoes as a teenager, and he just stood there and said, "No." And my old pair, I'd worn them for like a year. They were pretty beat up. And he said that he did all this effort because I was representative of my entire bloodline, and that my actions represented the honor of my people, my self, and my ancestors.
You're playing Valorant? Your mic's like mumbling, dude. I can't hear you. Have you turned up like 200%?
And thus I had to reflect that responsibility in my actions. And that was a theme all of my family had. Both of my parents were into the ancestor stuff and the honor stuff. My father's become kind of a hermit, where he lives in the woods in Pennsylvania and avoids society because he thinks the public is stupid. And yeah, that's kind of his lifestyle. Like, I didn't really have any connections growing up because my dad lives as a hermit. And he has a girlfriend, though. And he's a prepper. He has over a month of food and water at any given time in case stuff goes bad. I once asked my father, because he's Catholic, "How does it feel to be a papist?" And he replied, "Let me consult with the Pope before I answer." And when my dad has gone to Republican Party events, he wears a tie with rhinos on it to show that he is spiritually a rhino. Now we get to my mom's side of the family. My mom was born in Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario, to parents from Nebraska. This made her a Canadian citizen, which is an important plot point later. Her ancestry is mostly English, stemming from the third Albion seed migration the Quakers did from northwestern England to Pennsylvania and the Middle States. In a prime example of anthropology in action, I grew up in Chester County, while according to 23andMe, my ancestors are from Chester, England. Her ancestry has been in America since the 1600s, where I have ancestors on the Mayflower, as well as ancestors stretching from upstate New York down to North Carolina, kind of concentrated in the middle states. And my ancestry is 90% British Isles, with something like 80% being just English and Irish. The final 20% is a mix of basically different Protestant ethnicities between Scots-Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Dutch, German, Swedish, Finnish, etc. And I'm 10% German ancestry, mostly from Baden-Württemberg in southwest Germany, which was an area that got 3/4 of its population wiped out in the 30 Years' War, and so they fled to America and the Volga River in Russia to escape because they were Protestants being persecuted by Catholics. And my mom was also obsessed with honor. She would say that the only thing that mattered in life was pride and class growing up, which was her WASP way of framing it. My mom's ancestry always followed the frontier. They started out in the East Coast in the colonial period and ended up in Nebraska by the mid-19th century. I know of at least 5 ancestors who died in the Indian Wars, with casualties spreading from a young girl whose family was killed in upstate New York, and then she was captured by the natives, and then she left the natives, married a white guy, then a guy who was killed by a black native mix in Oklahoma in a failed trade deal, a guy with the drafter, he was an ambassador to, I believe, the Chickasaw Nation. They killed him, etc. A lot of ancestors died in the Indian Wars. And I have lots of distant relatives like Sir William Marshall, apparently William the Conqueror, Mad Anthony Wayne, or one of the drafters of the Texas Constitution. And the furthest ancestor I can possibly reach out, and I don't really have noble ancestors, my ancestors are all peasants, but I have some bastard ancestors, like a bastard nobleman who was rebelling against the Jacobites and sent to South Carolina, where he married a native woman. I alternate between having 0.1%. Apparently it's South Pacific Islander ancestry, according to 23andMe, but their data sets are screwed up in a way that certain genetic subcomponents of Native Americans process as Pacific Islander for them, for complex reasons, because Native Americans, they don't do genetics tests, so our data set for them is pretty small. But I am 100% Northwestern European now. There was an earlier point when my mom and my sister had 0.1% South Pacific Islander ancestry. And I'm also, I forgot what I was going to say there. There's another relative I'm forgetting. But the established pattern in my family was that they'd move to a new frontier, form a new business, said business would do well for a generation, then the next generation would fail, the business dies, they move to a new frontier to restart. My family did this with arms manufacturing, fur trading, cotton, oil, and a variety of other industries. Each time the next generation would trash the wealth and restart on a new frontier. My grandfather grew up in one of the wealthiest families in Nebraska who ran an insurance company. He refused to take up the family business and instead decided to be a hippie as a young man. My mother is intensely resentful about this because she grew up in poverty, and so she could have said, you know, if my father didn't drop the business, I could be a senator for Nebraska now. And there's an interesting detail here that my great-grandma was kind of a hoe, and that she was sleeping with 2 men in 1942 Nebraska. One was half Norwegian, half German, and the other was English. She married the first guy, and here I am with my 90% British Isles ancestry. Mr. Zimmer was tricked and realized he had been cucked, and changed and took out his resentment on his son. That's a big reason why my grandpa left the family business, because he felt he didn't deserve it because he wasn't the real son. And he left and met my grandmother at Unitarian Church because they were both rebelling against their Presbyterian parents in Lincoln, Nebraska. And they got married. My grandmother went to Swarthmore and then dropped out because she loved my grandfather to be a homemaker with him. My grandfather had a background in computer mathematics, but he lacked the personal ability to hold a job. So my mother, her brother, and my grandfather traveled around the world as he tried to hold a job. My mom partly grew up in Nebraska, Massachusetts, Iran, Maryland, North Carolina, Ontario, Alberta, amongst others. My mom grew up in poverty and constant chaos. My grandmother divorced my grandfather when my mom was around age 7, which is the age she divorced my father. And my grandmother is very left-wing. A funny story here is that when my mother told my grandmother that she was going to marry a Irish Catholic Republican, my grandmother said, who's very left-wing, she said, "Oh, are you sure he'll want to have children? They're not like us. And she also thinks that we should forcibly deindustrialize. So she thinks that they shouldn't have air conditioning in Texas for climate reasons, which is deranged. That's not going to work here. So she's very left-wing. And I once saw her reading a Afro-Indigenous history of America, and I joked, is there a biography for all 5 of them? And my mother was valedictorian of her high school that she finished in Worcester, Massachusetts. And then she went to Columbia University where she got a political science degree. She then worked on Wall Street where she met my father. And they started dating when my mom moved back to Boston, and then my father would commute to Boston and then finally moved there as they dated and eventually married. My mom has a wide variety of interests and is incredibly intelligent between anthropology, religion, philosophy, chemistry, political science, mythology, religion, I think I said those already, etc. And she was instrumental in establishing my worldview in as profound a way as my father. My mother told me growing up that the moral values of the society would get more constrictive, so much so to a level that you would be unable to breathe in a society filled with so many social rules. And they said, Rudyard, you either have the choice of working with this system or breaking out of it and doing your own thing. And you can only really pick the second choice. My mom also ran a brewery, which was her hobby, where she would make moonshine in our garage, and she made really good beer. My mother was convinced that she was a psychic capable of communing with spirits. She would constantly tell me as a child what the different spirits were telling her. She said she spoke to God and the devil and Mother Nature, and she'd said that the native spirits were not happy that the whites did not honor them after we conquered them, and this is why our society is so obsessed with land conquest, because in normal society you would give the spirits an offering, but we haven't given them offerings. I don't know. I just hear this stuff. And she believed that politeness was incredibly important, and she kept on teaching me manners and class and politeness and self-respect because she said they'd end up becoming decisive to my life. My parents met and got married living in Boston together. They had my sister Valentine in 1999, and I was born in 2001. My parents were originally going to name me Noel, but when I was born, they said they could sense that I would grow up to be a writer. So they named me after the century-old poet Rudyard Kipling. So I'm Rudyard Lynch. And interestingly, Rudyard is a specific name to the sub-region of England my mom's family are from. There were a lot of Rudyards in the colonization of Pennsylvania, and it was a Quaker name. And Rudyard Kipling was the author of Kim and the play If. And he was a big champion for the British Empire, and he was very much into heroism and honor and the things that I talk about. And they said that I just had too much energy to be named Noel, because Noel's more of a bookish name. And everyone in my family, I'm going to throw this detail in because I have to throw it in somewhere to brag. Everyone in my family is over 6 foot, or at least my mom and my sister are 5'11. My dad's 6'2. I'm 6'4. So for my sister as well, let me talk about her a little. She is a little bit younger than me. Or sorry, she's a little 2 years older than me. And she was really creative when I was a kid. She was really into fantasy novels. She wrote multiple fantasy novels as her hobby. She knits for her hobby. She's made like dozens of sweaters, and she's really into Star Trek, and she loves her dog so much. But she's a Maoist. She thinks the government should forcibly deindustrialize the economy, and I'm going to jump ahead in my life because it doesn't fit with the narrative otherwise. She followed a lot of my mom's advice, so she moved up to Canada when I was a teenager. She went to a leftist university in Canada. She went to University of Toronto, one of the best colleges in Canada, and she left it believing that we had to forcibly deindustrialize the economy, and she believes it's immoral to have children, and she believes it's immoral to pass on her own culture, and so she's going to adopt a black baby she's going to adopt a minority rather than having one of her own babies. And she's a lesbian now. She's also really, I said she was into environmentalism earlier with, that was the degree she got. And that's kind of where she became, that in high school is where she became super left wing. As I said before, I was born in Manchester by the Sea, which is this weird beach town in northern Massachusetts up by New Hampshire. And there was a movie that was made a few years ago with Casey Affleck about that town. And my mom forced me to be born with a midwife around 4 a.m. since she believed hospitals killed the spirit of a child through how they birthed children. And she also forced me to get no vaccines as a kid since she believed they were dangerous to spiritual development. My mom was really against the COVID vaccine. She cut out my sister during COVID because my sister took the vaccine. I have very few memories of Massachusetts. One is them seeing a relative, my uncle. The other one is there was a huge snowstorm, and I was a toddler. I was 3. I couldn't walk through the snowstorm, and I remember just seeing snow everywhere. I'd make little prints in the snow with my boots. And we were the only outsiders in that town that had moved in for decades. And thus the zoning board was able to kick us out of the town. The entire town was old money Yankees whose families had been there for centuries, and we were the first nouveau riche to move there. They were not financially in a good place because they were living off really old money, and there was a degree of resentment. And they made up rumors my dad was making his money off drug trafficking, and my mom was a horse and dog lady, and they made it basically illegal to have both animals in town. We were completely socially outcasted and forced to leave. The company my dad worked at had dual offices in Boston and Philly. When I was 4, my dad made the decision to move our family to Philadelphia. He made this call since he was from across the river to Pennsylvania in New Jersey, so he knew the culture there. I often think about this for a couple reasons. Firstly, with the zoning board in Massachusetts, you would hope something that petty and tribal wouldn't happen today in an advanced first world, one of the most advanced states in a first world country, but it does. Secondarily, it's interesting that it became such a pivotal part of my life. Being a Pennsylvanian is such a big part of my identity that wouldn't be there if I grew up in northern Massachusetts. And finally, it's really interesting anthropologically because both my dad and my mom, Nebraska and New Jersey, are part of the Midland cultural group anthropologists talk about. And so when they were up in the Yankee population group, the town forced them out, and they defaulted back onto moving to a region where they were culturally and genetically closer to the population. It's another example of anthropology in action. And my parents, I think, are pretty objectively part of America's ruling class, but they kind of degenerated into rednecks and refused to take it. We always lived at least 20 to 30 minutes from the nearest grocery store, nearly 40 minutes from shopping, and an hour from the city. I always lived next to cows, cornfields, and woods. I remember seeing a drought one year which broke all the land and crackled it up. And interestingly, that drought is part of the cause for the Arab Spring because grain prices went up as the Midwest got drier. And then that very winter, there was an 11-foot snow drift where there was snow dunes up to 11 feet tall. And My mom would literally make moonshine in the garage. In a job interview for my mom's brewery, a guy literally skinned a deer during the job interview in front of us. My dad and I would go duck hunting together. I didn't really associate with other wealthy people, with my entire network being middle class people from the schools I went to, and my parents don't really have connections. I always hoped that being a banker's son from rural PA would get me further, but on the national scale, it doesn't matter at all. It's completely irrelevant. And my parents lived by themselves in the woods. And growing up, the thing I thought about the most was the forest. It's just trees everywhere in every direction. And that always got to me. And I'd spend hours playing in the forest. And I was shocked that it went on forever. And it was so beautiful with all the animals and the grass and the creeks and stuff. That area of the country is super beautiful. It looks a lot like the Shire. And this English rural ideal, but it's more wooded. And I just thought the world was an empty place growing up because we didn't even go to Philly that much. And so I just remember seeing infinite trees. Both of my parents nearly died before I turned 6. My dad was from mercury poisoning. We spoke about that before. And my mom was kicked in the head by a horse. And I just assumed my mom was dead for the next 2 days. And she was brain dead. And I still remember the air siren going off as the ambulance came to get my mom. My sister, Valentine, and I were hiding under the kitchen aisle when the policeman said, "Hey, kids." And my sister and I would joke about that for years. That's such a short thing to say to kids who just thought their mom died. My mom, after she nearly died, said that she had visited God. She said that God had forced her to come back to help people. This resulted in her immediately divorcing my father. My mom wanted us to all sleep in the same bed as a family, and my dad refused. I ran out of the bed, and then my dad spanked me. My mom then took my sister and me out of school and took me away from my dad's custody. My parents put me in this French language school in Philadelphia for stupid reasons I still don't understand. My dad was terrified of my mom divorcing him, and so he was leading her on that we could move to France as a family, which was never actually an option, and so I was held hostage in this French language situation. And I was very resentful because I was forced to learn classes in a language I did not know, that no one explained to me. So I had to learn French on the fly. And I was so resentful because the commute was 1 hour each way. We were going from rural Pennsylvania to Philly for my school commute. So when I was 5 and 6, I was commuting 2 hours a day. And I would count every single day until I was out of school, and I had a tick because I saw school as slavery, and I watched the Ben-Hur scene as a child, and I empathized with the galley slaves, where I felt like I was like them. After my mom took my sister, she took my sister and me. She claimed that my dad was an alcoholic who was beating her and my sister and me. There's literally no evidence for this at all, and my father physically couldn't even drink at the time due to him having gout. And the worst he ever did was he spanked me twice. However, my mom is a literal schizophrenic that has different internal monologues which conflict with the other. She had no evidence at all for the claim and is mentally ill. She passed the Chester County test for not being mentally ill. And if my mom doesn't score mentally ill on a test, your test is broken. And on top of that, my mom really spiraled with getting kicked in the head by a horse. She had issues beforehand, and then it became magnified. And her entire life since that has been a downward spiral towards greater and greater madness as she loses touch with the world. And my mom played the courts incredibly intelligently. It was basically an incentive structure thing where with the criticism, they were incentivized to accept the criticism because if there was any chance my dad was beating my mom and me, their career was over. So they sided with my mom out of their own basal self-interest. And The court gave my mom full custody of me and my sister for years, and my dad was only able to see us a few hours in guided visitation. And my mom took 2/3 of my dad's money. I would like to restate, my father did literally nothing wrong here by all accounts. He's an admirable man as a citizen and as an adult. I sided with my dad against my mom, and my sister sided with my mom, but it didn't matter. The court system sided with my mom. My mom said that God had told her the best way she could help human history was by torturing me. She said she did this since she loved me, and God told her that the more she tortured me, the more vastly disproportionate the impact on human history would be in a positive way. My mom abused me in ways I can't even put into words. I left my childhood feeling completely numb and just dead. My mom believed she would have an enormous breakthrough in the field of agriculture, in which modern agriculture was destroying the innate living biosphere, and she believed that by torturing me, she brought this fate closer. My mom started out as a sort of socialist and communist who believed that there was going to be a revolution against the rich. And then she went through a Wicca phase, a Christian fundamentalist phase, and by the time I graduated high school, she was a far-right borderline fascist. She wanted America to be a WASP ethno-state where she believed the Jews, the banks, and the Catholics were destroying America. My life was a complete nightmare. My mom moved me and my sister 13 times before I turned age 15. And I was never able to get any stability. I started to see my life as trench warfare. Whenever I had a free moment, I would dig myself in for the next barrage. My family had money, but my mom was so financially irresponsible that she would constantly sue my father for more money before spending it on stupid stuff. My mom, my sister, and I lived in a one-room log cabin for 6 months while my mom tried to get more money. My mom would make moonshine and ran a brewery as her job in the garage. My father did something quite heroic here. He realized that my mom was crazy, and he spent 6 years fighting my mom in court for custody of me. He realized that if he didn't do this, his children would just be lost forever. The sanity, safety, and stability my father provided me is the thing that kept me alive. I would 100% have killed myself if he wasn't there. And he was finally able to get 1/3 custody of me and my sister. The Chester County court system gave the nickname that the Lynch family were the people who would never surrender an inch on anything. My parents literally threatened to sue each other over half-an-hour time frames of custody in single days of determining what custody I got would become hostage negotiations for me. My parents viewed every concession they would give the other as an insult to their own honor that they had to fight to the death over. I learned to shut up since the courts clearly didn't care about anything I was saying, and I knew what game they were playing, in that I knew they were trying to get evidence to support my mom because it was the easier choice. And I dealt with like about half a dozen different social workers in order to assess custody, and none of them knew what was happening. And for multiple of the social workers, I just realized the game and I refused to speak. There was a guy called D'Amico who was a social worker who I declared war on him, and I just stared at the clock for the entire hour session because he was trying to pull concessions out of me to make a story that my dad was the bad guy. At least that's what I remember. I once told the judge, "Are you deaf?" Since past a certain point, I knew nothing I said mattered. I was an insanely aggressive kid. I literally would play strategy games for 4 hours a day. They became my entire life, and I'd play games like Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, Civilization, Total War, or Battle for Middle-earth, just to name a few. Stronghold Legends is great too. And my mom had a rule that I could only play video games for 1 hour a day, but I broke that because my commute was 2 hours, so I played video games in those 2 hours. And my dad would subsidize and buy video games for me and let me play them as much as possible. And I think playing that many video games when I was in a traumatic experience was so good for me, in that it wired my brain in a lot of useful ways we'll see later in this video. And I remember a moment when a teacher said, if as a class we spent 1 hour a week doing math practice in 3rd grade, we could get an ice cream party at the end of the year. I told her no, since that doesn't add up, because hundreds of hours of, or dozens of hours of effort does not equal an ice cream lunch. It's just not a correct calculation. And she kept bullying me to do this until she gave up and let me go to the ice cream party anyway. And every single day I was in that French language school, I would count the hours until the day end. I told my parents multiple times a week how much I hated that school, and they only took me out after 4 years to put me in public school, finally. I had to interject this point in later, but a story I want to remember is when I was in 5th grade, or around age 10, my friends and I played a board game at the end of the school year, that being Axis and Allies, and I remembered the exact placement for troops years later for each faction. 5 years later, I remembered what territory each faction held and how strategically. And that started to weird me out that I had very good memory. And my dad would play a game where he would play a song twice for me and then have me repeat back the lyrics. And he was astonished that I could do it. I actually really enjoyed going to public school. This was in a rural area around Hawkinson, or on the Mason-Dixon line, where Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland meet up. And my mom moved there from the area around Malvern, and my dad continued to live further north of there. And it's one of those beautiful places I've ever seen in the world, where, as I said before, it looks like the Shire. It's just rolling fields and countryside. And Winslow Homer was a famous painter who used Chad's Ford, where I grew up, as the set for his landscape paintings. Everyone was really nice to me, and I made a lot of friends. I even got along with the teachers, which I thought was impossible because I was so combative. When I was in 4th grade, one of the teachers saw a map I made, and she said, "Rudyard, you're going to be famous when you grow up." And the culture of the area I grew up in, Chester County at the time, was called God, Guns, and Horses. And over time, it became more left-wing, and it got pacified. And the way to see the Northeast is that in Pennsylvania is you got a series of different subcultures. So the way the greater Philly area goes is you have Midwestern Protestants, Catholic Northeasterners, and Black Southerners. And where I grew up felt like a cultural extension of the Midwest. It felt like it could be completely Ohio, where when I was in middle school, our curriculum in history is how the American Revolution was amazing. Then all our history teachers were members of the NRA and they owned guns. Our Boy Scouts leaders were former Vietnam vets. It's very much that kind of culture. You know, in a lot of Pennsylvania, in rural Pennsylvania, they give the first day of the deer hunting season as a day off from school and from work. Hunting's a big part of the culture there. And to change topic to something less pleasant, my mom started to spiral into bizarre conspiracy theories that my father had bands of thugs who were vandalizing her property. And she literally had no evidence for this. And the Chester County court system got so fed up with her bullshit that they literally refused to take cases from my family, forcing them to go to external counseling to solve our own issues. Chester County cycles through judges, and my mom accused each of the different judges and any social worker who stood against her of corruption charges. And the third judge built up a personal vendetta against my mom and demanded that every future case that involved her go through her. This judge saved me so much suffering, and I literally emailed her to thank her as an adult. My mom shot one of her horses to frame my father for killing it. My mom would also keep 5 cats from one of her friends in a tiny closet that barely had air. This is a weird tangent, but my mom was also obsessed with the FBI stalking her. I have suspicions my mom was involved in the secret government testing program MKUltra, given they sourced from places like Columbia Political Science Department at that very moment, as far as I've researched. My mom was super cynical about the ruling class before that was a big thing. She believed she was a psychic, which is another MKUltra thing. She was paranoid of the FBI following her, and I also know that she was molested. That's too many points for my own comfort, and I'm scared to even say stuff like this on this video, But this video is going to get so much crazy. That's not even in the top 10. My mom hired security guards against this imaginary threat, but then those bankrupted her, so she moved my sister and me against my father's consent to downtown Philly. This really disappointed me since I loved living in Chester County so much. I went to a Quaker school in Philly, and I was raised a Quaker because my mom has lots of Quaker ancestors, and my dad thought I should be raised Protestant. And Quakers are really big in that region of Pennsylvania because they founded it. And I attended 2 Quaker services a week for years straight. I've attended Quaker services for most of my life. And people have said to me that Quakerism has had an enormous impact on how I see the world. And that makes sense to me. My mom was a horse lady, and she also taught me how to ride. I was a pretty good horseman as a kid, and my mom said it's important because horseback riding teaches you leadership, because most leadership is implicit through body language and how you carry yourself, which is how horses communicate. And she said, quote, "Deal with a horse as you would deal with a woman or a crowd. They are emotional prey animals." The move to Philadelphia was one of the most instrumental turning points of my life. My father still lived out in the exurbs, and so I would commute between both. I moved from a completely car-dependent society to one that was one of the most walkable places in America. Philly has such a warm place in my heart, and it has a bad reputation for obvious reasons, given it's the poorest and most crime-filled of America's top 10 largest cities, but it has wonderful culture, architecture, it's affordable, historic, and walkable. I'm a walker by nature, and I would walk across downtown Philly from Camden to UPenn as a way to clear my head, because for me, walking and thinking are the same process. And this was a really important period of my life, since around age 13, I gained self-awareness about who I was as a person, where beforehand it was like I was on autopilot more so. And I had several really important breakthroughs around the time of age 13. One was that I hadn't really ever read a book until I was age 12. And then I looked at a book my dad owned, and I realized, wait, if I'm physically capable of reading a single page of this book, that means, because it's a repeated task, I could read 1,000 pages easily. Because if I can read a single page, I can do the task on repeat since I know how to do it. And that was The Book of Swords by Fred Saberhagen. And I have, starting at age 14, read 70 to 80,000 pages a year and around 80 books a year. And I've maintained that consistently for over a decade. And there has nearly never been a day where I have not read in the last decade. And by the time I started high school, I could draw every country and every year of human history off the top of my head. I would have events at my school where people would yell countries at me on a whiteboard, and I'd draw them, and I'd see how many I could draw in 2 minutes. And I started this channel on my 13th birthday, where I stopped playing video games when I became a teenager, and I got into alternate history as my hobby. And I would spend a lot of time on alternate history forums, where I just didn't think they were that good, if I'm honest. The alternate history community is kind of amateur, because it's probably lots of people like me who are in a certain developmental stage of their lives. And so I thought, I could make better alternate histories. I had nothing better to do. I hated school. And so I tried to make an alternate history wiki account, and that was too difficult with the account process they have. So I started making a alternate history YouTube channel, and I was really inspired by the book series Time Riders, which is a young adult sci-fi alternate history series. And Cody from Alternate History Hub was my biggest inspiration, and I wanted to make a channel like Alternate History Hub as a teenager. And for the first 7 years, I made alternate history content. You can scroll through the old channel. It's stuff like, what if the South won the Civil War? What if the dinosaurs never went extinct? And keep in mind, for the first 5 years of my channel, I had less than 500 subscribers total. I literally bought the microphone I used for the channel with money I made from the channel 5 years in. You can tell that because the mic quality sucked. It was a meme for commenters on my channel for the longest time. And I was obsessed with this. I would literally work on Christmas to avoid my family and just making content for the channel. And I read 40 books in alternate history when I was a teenager because I was bored and it was my thing. And I think people have commented upon alternate history's effect on my current philosophic views because alternate history assesses the world in a probabilistic manner based on causation, and that's instrumental in my worldview. I think alternate history, my dad's background in banking analysis, and strategy video games are three really important influences in how I think, which look at basically causation and strategic decision making. When I moved from Chester County to Philly, I moved from a majority conservative area to a very left-wing area. I went from a society that seems pretty close to John Hughes or The Simpsons' stereotypical America from decades ago, which I just assumed was how America was. In Philly, our elite are WASPs, and so I assumed that that was the ruling class structure across America, and that America was still the way it was in the 20th century. And I was so shocked to see the World Economic Forum types because I just didn't think they existed. It was a crazy wake-up call when I became an adult traveling around the country how backwards Philly is compared to other places. And I jumped from a 3 out of 10 wokeness to an 8 out of 10 wokeness. The small private Christian high school I went to had become what was by all accounts a leftist seminary. I hated that ideology ever since I first saw it. Teachers would openly say in class that there were too many white men in science and academia, and I was forced to go through what amounts to constant humiliation rituals in school as a white male. I read 1984 as a teenager and knew that the ideology I saw in school was the exact same ideology as that dominated 1984. I was a centrist until I was in college, but I started watching Sargon of Akkad, who was moving me rightward and who introduced me to conservatism. I vowed to fight back against an ideology that would push this. I just wanted revenge against the left, if I'm honest. Things got pretty bad in high school. The year after I graduated, they turned the entire humanities curriculum into leftist-based. This included race and science in the Roman Empire, as well as not talking about the French or Industrial Revolutions in the history curriculum or the World Wars, to spend more time talking about slavery. We had a mandatory social justice week to celebrate social justice causes, where my school flew in a speaker from New Mexico to say that using violence to push social justice was justified. It was basically impossible to not be a leftist. For example, we were allowed to skip class to go to an anti-gun protest. I was the only person in my class who didn't, and when people asked me why, I said it felt like an emotionally charged topic. And my school, for example, had a 3-year history award. I never won the history award, I suspect because I wasn't left-wing. I barely passed school in both middle school and the start of high school. There were moments I was convinced I would fail school. I literally went to school for something like over 12 hours a day because class was 8 hours. Then my school had a mandatory sports program, which was 2.5 hours for a third of the year. I basically hacked the system by doing lighting and stage production for my school's plays. And then you have 2 to 3 hours of homework a night. That's like a Chinese work schedule. And I'm so deeply resentful of being forced to do this for my youth. I could have been doing fun stuff, but you forced me to do classes and you forced me to do work that had zero application for the rest of my life. And at the end of middle school, I couldn't see the whiteboard since my eyes were too poor. My mom refused to get me glasses for over a year since she said I didn't need them. And when my parents finally got me glasses, grades improved. By the way, I'm just here to air out grievances at this point. When I went to public school, my public school was a 40-minute drive from where I lived. And so school started at 7:20, the bus came at 6:40, and I woke up at 5:30. This is when I was friggin' like 12 years old. And I'm very resentful of this because I'm an innately nocturnal person. I go to sleep at 2 to 3 a.m. right now. And when I went to elementary school, the school was an hour away, and so My sister's school started earlier because she went to middle school when I went to elementary school. And so I would sit in the school parking lot for an hour playing video games until the school started. And I'm still very resentful about having to wake up early. There was zero reason you had to do this. You could have started school at 10 a.m. Nothing would have changed. I don't care about your sports program. It doesn't matter. And one of the things my high school did really well was it hired eccentric teachers, which let students be creative. When I was in high school, I made an independent study where I wrote a 250-page screenplay about the fall of Rome that followed 4 families around the Battle of Adrianople. I was in computer science class with a teacher who was a video game designer, and we had to make video games in computer science class. I told my teacher, who's a cool guy, he's made a great video game called Jamestown, about Martians space warfare 200 years from now based off 17th century England. I said I wanted to make a strategy game based off 17th century Poland, Lithuania. He told me I wasn't physically capable of doing that, and I took that as an insult to my honor, so I spent 4 hours for weeks coding the game with different unit types, battle factions, strategies, and that sort of thing. My religion teacher and I became quite close. My school had a theology program that was actually quite useful for me. I learned a lot of really important theology there. And they had a Mennonite teacher who, when he retired, was replaced by a black Muslim, former Black Panther. But he was an awesome dude. He went to Harvard, and he converted to both Islam and Christianity at different times. And he gave me a lot of spiritual guidance as a teenager. We would hang out for years after school, and he studied philosophy, and he was okay with me being a conservative. And he said that I was actually going to found a religion when I was in high school, and that was what I'd be good at. And I also ran a fight club in the basement of my high school where we'd whack each other with rubber weapons, and then we would basically bet on who would win with no money. It was a lot of fun. And most of the people from my high school are screwed. That's true of Zoomers I've met across the country. There's this underlying what I'd call Zoomer holocaust, where Zoomers just got so massively screwed over by the system they're in because they often, and I don't want to call out people from my school because this is just normal, they often lack abilities, decision-making process, jobs, and almost no one dated in my high school or partied. People were just working so much there wasn't time for that. My high school experience wasn't that fun. It was cool because there was a lot of eccentric stuff going on, and it's heartbreaking to see an entire generation get broken. I think this is more common than anyone realizes for Zoomers. I've met Zoomers across the country, and the normal thing is that they're psychologically broken, which I've talked about in multiple videos. This is for a series of complex reasons. Between helicopter parenting is a huge factor here, which was terrible, where I had friends where their parents would walk them 4 blocks to school until the end of high school and then pick them up at the end of class. They wouldn't let them have the responsibility for walking back. I had other friends where their parents were going to move to the state they went to college in to follow them there, or that they controlled their spending as until they were out of high school, where they said, this is how you spend your allowance. And these kids just never developed a sense of decision-making or independence for what they need as adults. My entire generation, or really their parents, were obsessed with going to college. And, for example, I remember there was a girl in my class who had an hour free for senior year after she did her college applications, and she burst into tears because this was the first hour free she had gotten in years, and she felt so horrible. She felt she didn't know how to handle having a single hour free, so she was crying in the hallway. And it was stuff like that. It's just my generation's been screwed, and I'm sorry. And parents would talk about getting into college when I was in 3rd grade. This was completely deranged, and the entire system forced that down my throat. And none of it worked. Your college doesn't matter anymore. I met lots of people from Harvard, and they're still screwed. Just be a useful person with useful skills. It's more important to churn out a person who could actually live the world than it is to get someone who gets into, I don't know, UPenn. Growing up, everyone wanted to get into UPenn. That was like their entire life aspirations. And like 2 people from my high school got into UPenn. And so I was working as a janitor at my mom's brewery, and I also did a lot of paper pushing. I talked to the other employees, and I basically realized the job market was fucked because they would constantly complain about But they were not satisfied working for my mom, and so they trusted me, so they'd tell me about life sucking, and I could see how desperate people were in the jobs market. So I basically made a rationalistic calculation that the only way I could succeed as an adult was by being an entrepreneur, because I couldn't develop in the system that had ruled society through the bureaucracy, because I knew the bureaucracy hated me, and I knew that I just assumed I was going to work a minimum wage job because I didn't know what else I was going to do. There were no opportunities around me. Like, I don't know what other people's lives are. Do people like, I don't even know what it looks like to have opportunity out of college. I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah, but I remember I couldn't sleep at night. I suffered insomnia in high school. I remember staring at the ceiling, thinking of various schemes so I could be an entrepreneur, because I knew there was a limited window before society fell apart where I had to become successful entrepreneur in that limited window. So I had crippling anxiety about how do I become a successful CEO before society falls apart. Because in high school, I sensed in my gut that the world order would collapse because I had stabbing pains in my gut when I was 16, and I had imagined the city of Philly getting shelled and destroyed. And so I sensed it on an energetic level, which is why I studied geopolitics. And I read 10 books on China when I was in high school because I thought the great threat to America would be China. So I studied China really deeply, and I was obsessed with China defeating America and becoming our geopolitical defeating us geopolitically. And over time, I'm very thankful to realize that China's got as many issues as America, and their birth rate especially.
Oh.
So I'm gonna just throw in some stories from high school that don't really fit together but are fun anyway. So I want to honor my school's math teacher, Herb Kearns, who was an awesome dude, and I just like shouting this stuff out. He was really nice to everyone in the class. He's a moral person. He was one of the people who was nice to me when I was suicidal when I was a teenager, and I just like shouting people like this out because there's good people in the world, and you have to respect them and honor them. And it's nice when you see a good person who's respected by the community they're in, because those are the kinds of people that power human history. My school had a gender studies class, which I took senior year. This is how left-wing we were. And gender studies the teacher was pretty cool as well, where she was like this 30-year-old Irish American lady, and her attitude was, I don't care what you say as long as you position it in a rationalistic argument. So the gender studies class was fun, where I learned all this leftist, social constructionist propaganda, but she was happy to have me argue the point back to the class, because she said me arguing against the point forced the class to get their arguments better. And so for my final essay for it, I wrote about why I thought we shouldn't have gender relativity, and she gave me a 99%. I got a 99% in my gender studies class. My best friend was a Chinese American guy from Shandong, and my school system was they took in about a third of our class were Chinese students from abroad, which were going to American school so that they could go to an American high school, so an American college could process them as we know that they have this level of quality. Because it's very important, because otherwise American colleges cannot assess the level of a Chinese high school. So what my school did was they took in out a third Chinese kids. My school was mostly gay and Chinese people, and then they charged the Americans 80% less of the ticket fee, using the Chinese to subsidize them. But my Chinese friend and I, we would get drunk a lot, and he had a bunch of different sub-businesses. He was from a wealthy family in China, and we kind of bonded over our innate entrepreneurial sense. And so he had a deal with Chinatown where I'd go hang out and I'd drink and I'd eat in Chinatown in Philly, which is a great place. And he would translate for Chinese businesses as his job. So he'd go to Chinatown and then he'd talk to the Chinese store owners and he'd do their American paperwork. And in exchange for that, there was a liquor store where they let us buy alcohol underaged for 1/3 the ticket price. And we would get... They didn't speak English, so Four Loko, which is what we drink, which I'd never drink that now. It tastes terrible. They'd call it Fourlock. So we would just get cans of Fourlock and then hang out at his apartment and just get plastered together. And that's what I did for senior year. And my friend and I, we were the ones who threw after prom, and I remember seeing everyone from my high school get blackout drunk for the first time. And they started talking about relationship drama, and we're thinking at the time, I'm too polite to tell you this, but I do not care about your crush. And my Chinese friend and I, we stayed together for like a year after the channel got big, but he was kind of a dick and he was kind of disrespectful to me, which is, I've had like 3 or 4 Chinese friends, and they all try to exploit you. That's what I consistently find. Chinese people are very short-sighted, or they're in their relationships, they're very exploitive, especially if they're from communist China, which stripped away their culture. I have such fond memories of a bookstore called The Book Trader, which is on, I believe, 3rd and Arch Street, down by Penn's Landing. I've been there hundreds of times. It was right next to where I lived. We lived down in Old City with my mom, down by the Delaware. And I would buy, I think I bought dozens to hundreds of books from The Book Trader because it's this used bookstore where they have all this historic material. And so my speciality in World War II era history stems from when you grow up in Philly, there's a huge oversupply of history books because it's such a historic region. And so when I was a teenager, I wanted to understand how the world worked. So I bought I bought whatever books I could have, and I wanted to study science initially. And what I found as a teenager looking into science is that science had basically become a new priest class where you can't learn it unless you're part of the university system that tells you the science. So I studied history instead because I could get a complete history education from my school's library and from buying $4 books at the bookstore. I'd like to thank the Book Trader for making all of their books $5 so I could actually buy them. And my entire library of century-old books is from that place. So I'd like to thank you for that. My school would have assemblies almost every single week. So we'd have church on Wednesday, and then we'd have assemblies on Tuesday. And with the assemblies, I had a bet going with my friends 2 years in a row. First year, every single assembly that was about race, I get a quarter. Literally any other topic, my friend gets a quarter. I made money. Second year, trans identity and sexual identity. Every assembly on that topic, I would get a quarter. Anything else, my friend would get a quarter. I made money that year, too. So they were just shoving this leftist propaganda at us all the time. And I went to a school with a member of the Doherty clan. And for those that don't know, Philly is almost a hereditary monarchy where there is a ruling the ruling family, or the electricians union, the Dohertys, they're Irish political bosses, and they control Philly's politics, and they determine who wins in the elections. One of my friends was campaigning for a candidate against the Dohertys, and it was just ridiculous because the Doherty candidate was going to win. And of the top 10 donors to the Democratic Party, the only union is the Electricians Union of Philadelphia in the top 10 donors. The only city is the city of Philadelphia. So the Dohertys control Philly. They have thugs beat up their opponents, but they hold on to power, while Philly has gone into decline due to the socialist policies they push and deindustrialization. And the centralized government doesn't call them out because they are the top donors of the Democratic Party. But the guy I went to school with was really cool. He was a great guy, and he invited me to a lot of different events. He took a liking to me. And then he was inviting me to football games. Every single football game I was supposed to go, my dad had another thing that weekend, so I couldn't go. But it's weird that I was pretty close to, I just find it strange because my life has so many different timelines, and that was a timeline where I intersected against it, and then I didn't go there. And another moment is I went to a music concert I think it's the Jay-Z concert. It's on JFK Boulevard. They block out the area around the Art Museum. And I went there with some friends, and we were at a Nicki Minaj concert. I was bored. I walked around. I wanted to see the concert. Some people from my school saw me there. They said, you should hang out with us. And I remember being in the front because my friends were more extroverted than me, so I went up to the front, and then it was Nicki Minaj music all the time. And I thought, this is literally hell, because Nicki Minaj was screaming, ass, 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 and I was being jostled by, like, white 13-year-old girls next to me, and I thought, I was having sensory overload, and I thought, this is legitimately hell. And I just want to highlight this, where there was a moment after it was senior year, it was April of senior year, and I had just finished all my college applications, and it was a Monday night, and I was partying with my Chinese friend, and I was drunk, and I was getting on a train from Jefferson Street Station to go out to my dad's house in the suburbs. I remember sitting at the train line. No, this would have to be 15th Street Station, not Jefferson Station. I remember looking out over the city, and Philadelphia was so stunningly beautiful. It was this beautiful line of lights stretching in every direction, and I could see all the old architecture. And Philly is such a beautiful city because it was the most important city, or the second most important city for most of American history. And I thought, thank you so much, God, for giving us this world. Thank you for this beautiful moment that I will hold on to, looking out over the city past midnight, waiting for the train, because I will hold on to this moment forever, God, so thank you. Speaking of Chinese guys, there was another very interesting character who went to my high school, and I see him in some ways as a Chinese equivalent to me, where he was from Sichuan, and he was in America, and he was just insane. We were the same age, or he was a year or two older than me, but he could speak over 10 languages. I once cleaned out his apartment because he's a traveler. He lived in Europe, he lived in China, he lived in so many different places. So he travels around the world, learns languages, he learns knowledge. And when I once cleaned out his apartment when he was leaving, when he was moving out after college, to go to college, and I took over 100 books from his place, because his place, the entire room, was just books. He had a mattress. The mattress didn't even have sheets. He slept on that. He had books under the bed. He had so many books that it was literally the entire room. And he would constantly berate and insult people. And he would talk about how naive Americans were. Where one time in class he said that his grandpa was black and cooked friggin' fried chicken. And then people actually believed it because they're that naive. Or I once took him home for Thanksgiving because he didn't have any family in America, and he told my cousins that they ate deep-fried panda in China. At the same time, though, if he's my Chinese parallel, he's a sociopath. He was a legitimately bad person, and he was rude to everyone, and he was abrasive, and all my Chinese friends have tried to screw me over at some point. And secondarily, he had no interest in underlying depth, where he was just constantly learning stuff to look oppressive. Look impressive to basically get laid, but it was trying too hard and too direct. And so he would just learn different topics. He had 1,000 books, and he read little bits of them, but he was unable to gain knowledge. He just kept waffling around. He had difficulty keeping friends and that stuff because he was going through this peripheral, very direct experience of life. And I think there's something deeply archetypal about his story, where it's very high intelligence, very interest, but the lack of the actual motivation to do stuff, and the sense of cynical, nihilistic disaffection from your environment. I nearly forgot to throw this in, but I was part of my school's Quiz Bowl team, and Quiz Bowl's like Jeopardy, but with a team sport. And my school kind of drafted me into this. I didn't have that much interest in, and then the first time I went to Quiz Bowl, for one of the games, I was the best new player. So my class kind of drafted me into doing this, and I didn't like Quiz Bowl that much, but then the social pressure was there. And we performed nationally. We would go in a bunch of different... we'd spend Saturday days doing Quiz Bowl. I really wish I didn't do Quiz Bowl, if I'm honest. The other guys on my team were assholes, too, because they kept on trying to get me to study for Quiz Bowl. And because there's these packets you go through and you do them. And I said, I just learn information. I learn what I find useful. It happens to be good for Quiz Bowl. That's not my intention. I derive no positional advantage for studying for Quiz Bowl, which made the other guys in my team really resentful against me. I scored one of the top 10 best players in the country at one point, though. That was fun. Oh, no, sorry. Best 10 players in the state. I apologize. Difference. My life has so many subplots that I forget subplots to the main story, and then I forget subplots which are part of those subplots in turn. So, when I was doing Quiz Bowl, I formed a cult around the god Crom. I did this because I was bored before a match, and I started praying to Crom so that we could crush our enemies, the other team. And then it worked. We kept praying to Crom. Kept praying to Prom. We kept praying to Crom, and we kept winning. And then I formed a religious cult in the Quiz Bowl team where I had like a hat and we had an idol that we would worship. It was fun. And Crom is... I got it from the Conan the Barbarian story, where the Sumerians are Proto-Celts in the Conan books. The Conan books are super fun. You should read them. They were written by Robert E. Howard, a native Texan. And so Crom is the Irish version of Odin, and he is a fertility god, and he's also a god of magic and wizardry, and he's considered a good god. Crom is also the god behind Halloween. And then we started losing a few games, and the coach of our team, the guy who had appointed himself leader of our Quiz Bowl team, he said we had to stop worshiping Crom because it wasn't increasing engagement. My mother was born in Canada and is a Canadian citizen. My family on my mom's side have been Americans since the Mayflower, and the reason she was born in Canada is because her parents were dodging the draft during the Vietnam War. And my mom saw getting me and my sister up to Canada as a way to get legal independence from my father, so she kept on forcing me to do it. And she kept on forcibly trying to get me and my sister to move to Canada multiple times as a legal way to control us. And my sister sided with all of this. She became basically a puppet for my mom. My mom would bribe me and my sister when I was 10 to leave my father, and she said she'd give us more Christmas presents. And I told her no, and my sister said yes. So my sister stopped seeing my dad when I was like age 10 or 11, and I remember my dad, my sister, and I were supposed to go on vacation to Austria, and then my sister just didn't come on the vacation. So my dad and I didn't go to Austria, and my sister just said she refused to see my dad. And this was a big court issue, and this really broke my dad's heart because he loved my sister. And my sister believes all the conspiracy theories my mom said, that my dad is bands of thugs and he has malice and whatever, that crap. And my sister just did what my mom told her for the rest of my life. She moved up to Canada with her. She got a job in environmental science, which is my mom's obsession, was improving agriculture. And she became a lesbian because my mom would say growing up, marriage is slavery and a woman shouldn't get married. And I will pay Valentine to not get married. And I think if marriage is slavery, you made quite a lot of money being a slave and your conditions are pretty good. And my mom would get us to spend summers in Canada, and I hated them since she abused me so much. She was in a constant psychological psyop where she would constantly say that I was going to move to Canada and I was going to live there, and the courts would side with her. She would just psyop me 12 hours a day. It was ridiculous. I hated her so much. I started fighting with my mom over this, and I would argue with her every single day. I got off on insulting her, and I would literally start fights with her on purpose to vent my hatred of her. My mom unironically tried to send me to Canadian military boarding school, and I refused to go with my mom for Canada for one summer. I just stayed with my dad, and then my mom sued me. Or she sued my father because you can't sue a child, but she was saying my dad was conspiring with me to break the contract she made. And so the court sided with me in the legal case, and they gave me control of my own custody when I was like 14. My mom basically gave up at that point and let me spend more time with my dad until he had near full custody by the time I graduated high school. I was suicidal when I was 14. My parents were forced to go into counseling by the Chester County court system. The counselors told me that I could tell them I was suicidal and that I could trust them because they were worried about my mental health and they wouldn't tell anyone else. They then told both of my parents and used it as a negotiating chip to force them to come to terms to end the counseling. And they betrayed me and lied to me. And my mom's reaction was that I was doing it for attention. I wasn't actually suicidal. And my dad's reaction was that, oh, Rudyard was suicidal in the past. It's fine now. I don't have to worry anymore. And, oh, God, I'm just so tired of this bullshit. And every night I would put myself to sleep thinking of ways to kill myself. I would relax by thinking of ways to kill myself. And I had a 5-step plan, starting out cutting my arm to feel like my life energy. Then I would jump off the Delaware Bridge, the bridge that spans New Jersey and Pennsylvania, to a icy death to die in the Delaware. That was how I wanted to go out. And I have an ability to feel the world in my body. This is how I run this channel. I can feel you. I can feel my audience. I can feel people I talk to. I can feel different societies in history. I can feel all of your emotions in my body. I have this ability. It's a curse, actually, because you have terrible emotions. You're all super depressed. Society's falling apart. But when I was a teenager, I realized that everyone was miserable and the current system wasn't working. I could feel on a psychic level that the system was breaking down around me, that the global order and everything I knew would fall apart. And I predicted the global order would collapse in the next few years. I thought it would be nuclear war at the time, or like a major global war. And this is what got me into studying geopolitics, which I really got into around age 16. I would go into crime-ridden ghettos like Camden and North Philly to see if I would die. I could sense the enormous frustration building up about deindustrialization, which hadn't been loosened. I still couldn't believe anyone talked about the obvious decay. I would think about deindustrialization on a daily basis, and it's the most important part of my political formation. I just assumed it killed any chances I had for success. I never thought it'd amount to anything in high school, and I assumed I'd be working a minimum wage job. I knew something like Trump would happen, and I didn't know what it would be, but I knew that deindustrialization was big enough. The elites completely betrayed us, and the Rust Belt's got a population more than Germany, edging up against 100 million people. And 100 million people got screwed over by deindustrialization. And the thing is, the media would never talk about it. And growing up, I was shocked my entire area got screwed over. And no one talked about it either in where I lived or in the media. We're that much of sheep. And when I see deindustrialization, I saw a civilization in decline, and I assumed the West was dying, and I projected Pennsylvania onto the entire Western world, where I just thought the West was dying, and I would pray to God, very frequently, God, if you let me save my people, I will do literally anything for you. I know my people are dying, and if you can do anything where I can help them, I will serve you until my last dying breath. And I would modulate my... Oh, I didn't finish that segment. Yeah, so I would walk around Penn's Landing. Penn's Landing is this area where you see New Jersey. It's the Delaware River. And the Delaware is a huge river. The Delaware is wider across than the Rhine, the Nile, and the Mississippi. Or the Mississippi gets slightly bigger. But the Delaware is a friggin' huge river. And I would look at the USS New Jersey. I'd look at the industrial decay, because this used to be the biggest shipbuilding. I think it was the biggest shipbuilding center in the world at some point. Sorry, guys. This is candid. I gotta leave the alarm in so I'm identifiable. Yeah, Penn's Landing, huge former shipyard across the river in Camden, and it's all of these old factories and shipbuilding centers, and I saw 2 ships pass. I walked at Penn's Landing nearly every single day. I was with my mom in Philly. 2 ships passed. Biggest shipbuilding center in the world. It's fucking dying. Camden, New Jersey is apocalyptic. I'd walk across the river. I'd look at Camden. There's fucking barbed wire everywhere. And Camden used to be one of the wealthiest cities in the world. It's where Walt Whitman's from. And I remember just looking around thinking, socialism's what killed Philly. I walked across the river to Camden. Camden's as bad as things can get. Camden's like a city in South Africa. It's one of the most violent cities in America. And Philly is this tiny edge of civilization, because half of Philly is habitable for white people and the other half is just, you'll die if you go there. There was a time where I had to bike through a few blocks of bad neighborhood in West Philly because I was biking from my dad's house out in Chester County to Philly. And my sister and my mother called me crying because I was going to bike in this 2-block dangerous area. And I didn't block through there. And then I didn't bike through there. And then my mom said afterwards, I don't believe you. No one believes that you changed your route. And I thought, okay, Mom, I have literally no incentive to work with you because you're going to punish me even if I make the correct decision. And the Rust Belt was so ridiculously obvious growing up in Philly, where Philly has a smaller population today than it did in 1950. And Philly was one of the wealthiest cities in the world a century ago, and now it's the poorest and most crime-ridden of America's top 10 cities. And going around Philly, the decay is so obvious. It's rotted out industrial buildings, it's nothing new gets built in Philly. It's abject decline. And it's so obvious. This is where America started. And I lived a few blocks from Independence Hall, where I would, in the place where the Constitution is. So I'd walk past it on a daily basis when we'd walk the dogs. Philly's surprisingly cheap, so you can live a few blocks from Independence Hall and have like a middle class life. This is what makes Philly so great. Yo, I gotta throw this story in as an example for just how messed up Philly is. When I walked to school, and I'd walk to school, it was like 10 blocks, I saw a dead man in a heat vent for 3 days. I just saw the body. Every day I saw the body. And no one dealt with it. None of the cops cleaned up the body. I just saw a fucking dead body when I commuted to school. It's kind of like when I was in Chester County, when I would take the bus, and every single day on the bus route there was a deer corpse, and I just saw the deer corpse decompose for a month, and every single day as a kid I would look at the deer corpse and just think about it gradually getting its life eaten away. It was pretty formative for me. So I'd modulate my emotional state through assessing my emotions on any given day, and I'd have an emotional diary. And my emotional diary that I'd keep in high school was actually a big turning point for me, because every single day I would write down the inner emotions I felt and what I was thinking about. So I had a degree of third-person objectivity about my life, because I didn't trust anyone, and so I could only rely on myself. I remember I once looked at a Lego, and I thought, this Lego is the only person that understands me. I was like 11 when I did that. That's so sad. But I added up all the days, and at least half of the days in my life to 2/3, something really bad would happen. I would either fail a test, my mom would force me to do tango dancing with her as a 12-year-old boy with adult women, or I would get sick. Every single day something bad didn't happen, I would thank God for it. I would tabulate, did something bad happen today, something bad didn't happen, I would say thank you, God. At least nothing actively bad happening is good. And I remember it was a cold winter's day, and I was suicidal that winter. I was 14, and I took a test. I was so cut off from my own emotions. I took a test, do you have anxiety? And then the test told me you have crippling 9 out of 10 anxiety. And my dad's new girlfriend would abuse me. Jennifer Jensen is an administrator at Lehigh College, and she would insult me at the dinner table. She told me when I was 15 that I was too immature to succeed. Almost every time we talked, she would insult me. She said I wasn't ready to go to college, and that I reminded her of the stupid, immature lacrosse players she worked with. And one time, my dad, Jennifer, and I went hiking, and then there was a change in schedule, or Jennifer got angry at the change in schedule, and so she recommended a course of action. I said, that would be really inconvenient for me. And she started screaming at me, what the fuck is wrong with you? Inconvenient for you? And she would say, your dad spoils you so hard, like inconveniencing you is nothing. And she said she would tell me and my father that my dad cared too much about me and that my dad spoiled me. She would fall into histrionics due to me not citing academic sources in casual conversation, or because my dad scheduled his schedule around his custody time with me to spend time with me, and she got resentful of this. And I viewed all of this as an insult to my honor, and I fought back. My dad would side with her over me. Things got bad enough that I refused to ever speak to her, and once I threatened to burn down my dad's house for insulting his honor over Jennifer. Or my dad and I are both from honor societies, so you get stuck in these weird situations where you're not allowed to back down. I did this with all of my parents who were from honor cultures. We just ramp up the ante, and at a certain threshold, you can't back down. And I felt trapped, and I literally allied with my mom at one point against Jennifer to spend more time with my mom. And I hate Jennifer more than I hate my mom. My mom is so schizophrenic and evil that she kind of becomes a nuclear reactor of pure evil, and I can't really dislike her anymore. She committed to the bit hard. And Jennifer is just a resentful bureaucrat. I can't respect that at all. And one time, this is one of the most important days of my life. It was past midnight, and I couldn't sleep at my dad's house. I suffered insomnia in high school, so lots of days of school I walked in with only 4 hours of sleep. And constant exhaustion was how I remember high school. And my high school experience I remember closely as I would get home from school, and then I'd watch Todd in the Shadows content as I passed out in the hammock in my house. And back to the story. So It was past midnight. I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking of the first step of killing myself, which is cutting my arm. And I had a big kitchen knife in my dad's house. I put the knife up against my arm. I thought, wait, Rudyard, if you have a knife, and a big knife, why are you using it on yourself and not against the world? Because a knife is a knife. And then I realized the only thing that matters in life is honor. And that if I lived a terrible life, everything is outside of my control, I'm constantly screwed over. If I lived with honor, my life would be worth living. And that is the day I turned myself around and I decided not to kill myself. And I see this one day as the turning point of my life that allowed me to reach where I am now. Because in so many timelines, I kill myself as a teenager. And I'm so grateful I didn't. And I lived life as if I was already dead for the rest of high school. Every single day I would tell myself, you already died, Rudyard. You're just playing the game further. And I became addicted to heavy metal. I would listen to heavy metal 5 hours a day. Sabaton, Flogging Molly, Nine Treasures. Because heavy metal would just power me off adrenaline because I was constantly exhausted. And looking back on my high school self, it's like I was permanently powered off meth. I was just deranged. And, like, heavy metal was my identity. And I fucking hated everything. I was so disaffected. When I was 16, I cried for over an hour in my room alone at New Year's that Jennifer kept insulting me and that my dad kept doing nothing about it and siding with her. I remember crying so loudly, and then I would realize no one ever cared how I felt about anything. I realized that no matter how much I was hurt, my dad wouldn't care or stop Jennifer. No one would ever care about my immense suffering at any point. The only thing that matters is that I'm useful to others and provide them services that they trade me for. I had another time when I was 16 when I had a concussion. My mom refused to acknowledge I had a concussion since she said if she did, people would say that she caused it by hitting me in the head. I also had a fever where I had 23 canker sores in my mouth, where I asked my mom to get me some soup to eat, since it was the only thing I could eat due to the sores. Canker sores are these little sores in your mouth that makes it really painful to eat, and you feel pain in your mouth. I had over 20 of them. She then said I had no right to cry, since I had... Oh, I skipped ahead in the story. Oh, yeah, so she refused to get me the soup, and when I got the soup myself, she insulted me. I then burst into tears and told her that I was going to leave her to spend all my time with my dad. She then said I had no right to cry since I had all brought this on myself, and it was all my fault. These two experiences were so traumatic for me that I lost the ability to cry for over 6 years because I thought no one would ever care how much I suffered, so there's no point in crying. This was the point my life turned around. Once I didn't kill myself, I was able to stabilize psychologically. At that point, I just wanted to move to a small town in rural Pennsylvania, get married, and write some books. I wanted a simple, happy life. I wanted normalcy and simplicity so much to counterbalance the suffering of my life. At this point, I made the decision I would either become a historic figure that would change the course of history, or I would die trying. There were no two other options. And there were 2 books that had a huge impact on me at this critical juncture. The first being the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and the second being Winston Churchill's autobiography. The first was the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, his bedtime writings, where he thought about philosophy. And it's all about maintaining rationality and objectivity in a world where you're not in control and only caring at things you control. That was spiritually super important for me as I became a Stoic. And Winston Churchill's autobiography, he wrote it when he was 24, which is my age, to reflect on his youth. And I saw all the great things he did, where he was a hero in the Boer War, in Cuban War, in Afghanistan, and he was a great man, where he wrote all these... He was a historian, and like me, he nearly failed out of high school. He was not popular or cool in high school, and then he changed things around as a young man to be epic. And when I look at these great men, I thought, I find these people identifiable. I can understand who they are, and I can see what made them great, because they made a decision to be great, and I can study the underlying subcomponents and then model it myself, because if anyone can do something, I can figure out how they did it by studying their work. And I don't understand when people say things and they don't realize there's the wisdom of thousands of years. Your ancestors are here to help you. They wrote lots of really, really smart books that are smarter than anything you'll ever write. You should study your ancestors and their wisdom to be better. And I had this great question in this part of my life. I could see other young people, and I didn't find them identifiable at all. The things they worried about didn't even register to me as options. I never thought of the drama they did, or was obsessed with dating or any of that. I was single-mindedly obsessed with my own honor and my intellectual studies. I realized I only had half of the emotions other kids around me had. I knew I wasn't a sociopath, but I was pretty worried I felt so few emotions. I would just walk around Philly feeling numb, and I wonder, why do I feel so numb and angry all the time? The only emotions I could identify with rage, stubbornness, and some sense of peace I never felt. I decided then that no one would ever understand me, and so I would try to do as much good as possible for the world in hiding, trying to change outcomes towards the better because people wouldn't understand me, so I'd have to work in the shadows. I remember I had a punching bag in high school at my dad's house. I was so consumed with rage that I knocked the punching bag down at least 6 times before rehanging it just to punch it down again, only to finally give up after 6 times. Gotta throw this detail in before I move to the next segment, but I was terrible at driving. I only passed my driver's test on the 5th time because I was so numb I couldn't perceive my spatial area very well, and my mom and sister would mock me when I was practicing driving, saying I wasn't doing it well. And
embrace the cold, dark days with a sail that truly slays. Gifts that warm the heart. These are the deals that set us apart. Tanks, planes, and wow, so many trains through snowy nights and icy lanes. Unleash your spirit, bold and true. The season's adventures are waiting for you.
As a kid, I was so mortified about not passing my test on the 5th time, I thought I'm never going to tell anyone. And now here we are, because I thought as a kid, when there's this voice in the back of my mind saying, I will tell people if I become great enough that I no longer feel insecure about not passing it. And I've reached the threshold, so thank you, life. Yeah, I had several different minor driving accidents in high school. It's nothing that destroyed the car, but stuff that nicked it and hurt it. When I graduated high school and turned 18, I felt so liberated. The day I turned 18, I wallowed in the shower for 2 hours in joy that I was finally legally free from my parents. I immediately started hiking the Appalachian Trail, which was what I always wanted to do after school ended. I didn't actually want to go to college, so I went on a gap year to forestall it. I was so excited to go on my gap year since I hated society so much and I wanted to avoid the system. I remember my grandma said she wished I planned more for the Appalachian Trail and that she was worried that I'd get hurt, and I said, the reason I'm hiking the trail is because of bullshit like this. And I thought to myself, I need to walk an extra 200 miles to prove her wrong. I had only ever camped twice before in my life before I hiked the Appalachian Trail, and I did it myself without anything else. This was a week after I turned 18. I hiked 600 miles from the top of Massachusetts to the bottom of Pennsylvania. For those that don't know, the Appalachian Trail is a wilderness trail along the American East Coast that stems from Georgia to Maine, and the way it works is that you can often walk 5 days and see no civilization. You go into towns periodically, you buy up ramen and other things you eat. Then you keep walking, and there's these sheds every 10 miles you can sleep in that are 3-sided. So you just walk for months on end in the woods, and there's other hikers as well. Man, that was a crazy time. My shoes were too small because I picked a pair of shoes that weren't big enough, and so one of my toenails came off. I had to claw it off with a Swiss Army knife. I also went swimming in one of the most stunningly beautiful places I've ever seen, Paradise Lake in upstate New York, where the trees are so tall, the grass is amazing, the lake is so beautiful, and I think heaven looks like that. I caught a leech when I was skinny dipping in the water in my hand, and I had to burn the leech off with my stove, because if you pull the leech off, it sinks its teeth in, so I had to use fire. And apparently I was in Massachusetts the trail at the same time as a serial killer, which is one of the few times that's ever happened in the Appalachian Trail in its whole history. The Appalachian Trail is super safe. It's way safer than America in general as a society. And one time I refused to sleep in a shed with someone else because I didn't like talking to other people. And then I was stuck in a tropical storm for 12 hours. And it was so hard to carry the water, get the water out of my bag. And that really humbled me. I also spent a night with a cult leader in upstate New York where I was sleeping under a bridge, and the bridge was great because it had cell service, it had a water source, it was near civilization, and then people kept walking across the bridge and they had no idea the Appalachian Trail was there or why a guy was sleeping there. The first group of people who walked by were teenage girls who who were just gossiped on the bridge. The second group were these UPenn students who looked at me and they thought I was homeless, and they woke me up at 6 a.m. to mock me. And then I impressed them as a hiker. And then at the end, one of their friends called them and he said, "Hey, don't bother me. I'm talking to my man, the hiker." Where they said, "Hey, where do you get water?" And I pointed at the river and they said, "How do you shower?" I said, "I don't." And they said, "Why are you doing this?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't have anything better to do." Third group was this nice Vietnamese lady, and she's part of a cult called the Moonies, and she invited me to stay at her place for 2 nights, and she had pictures of these cult leaders all over her house, and she moved out to that area to be nearer to her cult center. She was very nice, though, and when I crossed the bridge from New Jersey to Pennsylvania, I was sleeping in the basement of a Presbyterian church, and one of the best parts of the trail is people in rural America are so stunningly kind. It's just unbelievable. Like, I'm so grateful to these people. And they'll do so much stuff for you. They'll leave out water on the trail. They'll let you sleep in their houses. They'll let you sleep in the basement of their churches. They'll offer you food. And I was going up in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, up in the Poconos, which is an area I love. And I was climbing up a mountain in a thunderstorm. I put my pack down for a second, walked away, and then a 10-foot branch came in at exactly the angle that would snap my neck. And I had just stepped out of the way, where if it didn't, it would have easily killed me by cutting my head off. And I try to be thankful to God that I lived, and I have returned to there 3 or 4 times to give little offerings to that land, to thank it for not killing me, because I am grateful. And I made it to southern Pennsylvania, and by that point, I was just tired of the trail. I mean, the thing is, I went to the trail to learn life lessons, and I learned those life lessons in 600 miles, not 2,000 miles, and there's only so many lessons a bunch of fucking woods can teach you. And I was in a lot of physical pain with my foot's the easy example we spoke about before. The skin on my back was literally peeling off due to my pack, and I lost 20 pounds in less than a 2-month period. I caught giardia because I was drinking unfiltered spring water, because hiker custom is that if it comes out of a spring from the rock, you don't have to filter it. And I got it wrong because it was the river that was kind of above ground, kind of below ground. So I caught giardia, which is an intestinal disease caused by deer shit. And my dad had to pick me up outside Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And I was sick for 3 weeks at his house. For some of the life lessons the Appalachian Trail taught me, one is that you don't actually know who you are until you've been in a dangerous, existential life situation. Like, there were times I hiked out into the Appalachian Trail and I got lost, and it's literally dozens to hundreds of miles to the nearest civilization. And I finally made it back to the trail. But in that moment of getting lost and thinking I might actually die, your life gets so real. Same thing as well with, there were long periods where I just had no water and I went to bed really thirsty. You don't know who you are until you're lost in the woods really thirsty. We've gotten way too complacent. Secondly, on the Appalachian Trail, I learned that masculinity is performance. It's not the ability to brag. Where I'd hike these difficult mountains and I'd think, the manly thing to do is hike the fucking mountain, not brag about hiking the mountain. I have to actually hike the mountain. And the trail convinced me that I was a man, and it gave me a degree of objectivity from the rest of my life. Because my life is quite overwhelming, and being out in the woods by myself made me realize that, first of all, people were objectively very mean to me in my childhood, and I had every right to be resentful for that. And secondarily, that society and the constant alarms and the schedules and the morass of constant enumerating and constantly thinking is making us miserable. Because when I was out in the mountains, I felt happy, and I felt this sense of profound peace and ability to go with the flow that I didn't feel in my previous life. My previous life felt fake, and the Appalachian Trail felt real, in that it felt like I was touching the spirit of the world, that there was this beautiful, almost Lord of the Rings-like place that exists as a parallel dimension on this earth, and we've blocked ourselves off from it. We've purposely blocked ourselves off from the fantasy and mystery of the world, which I could feel on the Appalachian Trail, and that was a conscious decision we had made as a society. I went to China that summer as well, and this was a very formative trip for me because I thought a lot about China as a high schooler because I worried they'd displace America, and I had many Chinese friends. And you can't convince me that country's not industrial Mordor. I've been to like 20 different countries in the world, and China is the one that scares me the most. And I could pick up on the vibes, that's my thing, and I felt so sorry for the Chinese because I like Chinese civilization. I collect Chinese watercolor paintings as one of my hobbies. Chinese cuisine is one of my favorite cuisines. I've read thousands of pages on Chinese history. There's a beautiful core to that civilization, but then communism's done terrible things to it, and I couldn't get the help but get the worst vibes seeing China because all the trains ran on time. It was massive. You drive for hours with skyscrapers in every single direction, and it goes on longer than you could ever possibly imagine, the industrial scale of things. But I also knew this was a fundamentally evil society. There's cameras everywhere. I could sense the totalitarianism and the misery in the air. It looked like the Chinese were just overworked and forced to live in a soulless society based around greed. And I feel sorry for them, but going to China was a turning point in my life, and the air is completely polluted and disgusting because I looked at it and I thought, I need to avoid that. And there were cameras everywhere. Whenever you went into a hotel, you had to get your fingerprints, they checked your passport, and they got your eyes. It's a totalitarian state, and we're not far from it. It was around late August or early August, I finished the Appalachian Trail. And I had the rest of my gap year where I had to figure out what else to do. And I decided to do a language program in France and to do a archaeology program in Peru for the rest of my gap year. And I was super pumped to do that. I was in Montpellier in the south of France for 3 months, and I loved being there. I went to a really good language school and picked up a lot of French in that time period. They use a really excellent teaching system where you have to have conversational understanding in order to learn the language. It fits with my empathy thesis later. And I had to walk through a Maghrebi neighborhood every single day on my commute to the school, and I was pickpocketed there. I got into a fist fight, which I won. I was slapped in the face twice, and I was also served rotten food. When I was in France, the Yellow Vest protest was in full swing, and they blocked off the downtown of Montpellier, periodically knocking out windows, and I went on a date with a girl while there was a literal explosion a block away. The air felt very tense in France at the time. I read the book The Great Wave about secular cycles when I was sick there for a 3-week period. I was just in my bed. And that book is what convinced me to move from alternate history content to anthropology and geopolitics. And this was a really important period of my life for intellectual development on a holistic basis. My read on France is that it's a wonderful country. It's like looking at a painting where every single detail is done perfectly. The French have spent thousands of years turning their land into one of those beautiful gardens in the world. And the French understand how to enjoy life. At the same time, I'm so glad my ancestors left Europe, where I would not want to live in Europe now because I just go completely crazy at the just lack of social mobility and lack of activity. They're so complacent over there, and they just hate excellence and greatness, and they're nihilistic. After France, I went to Peru for a month. I had planned to go there for 3 months, though. I was working on a Wari site. The Wari were a civilization about 1,500 years ago up in the Andes by Cusco called Pictayacta, and I worked at the Inca site Sacsayhuaman. Get your jokes out now, which was the Inca holy site. And I was working with an Irish archaeologist there who ended up there, and it's a crazy story. We would categorize Wari artifacts In the Wari civilization, a lot of it's from before the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and I saw a mummified head from then, and also we were categorizing a lot of pornographic art, because sexuality is sacred in their society. We would joke about what to write in the classification for the porn art, how much to say to describe what the object is. And Peru's got a really warm place in my heart. I was staying in a clan compound about a dozen families that all lived in a gated community together. They were all descended from the same grandfather, and they did all their work business together. They socialized together all the time. They threw parties together, and even they'd have stuff like one of them would have a puppy, and then they'd share the puppies among all of their family members. And I could tell that it made them happy, but that would drive me crazy. I can't, I don't want to spend that much time with my family. I'm sorry. I feel beyond mortified that I nearly forgot this, but this is such a good story. When I was in Peru, I ran into my childhood best friend from Chad's Ford. His last name is Gerstenschlager, which is the most obnoxiously German name that has ever existed. And, I was part of this like business for 18-year-olds from the West who could go to developing countries and do certain projects. It's become like a class thing now, if I'm being perfectly honest. And so he was part of their program for like helping children there. It was part of this program. They go around the third world and help people. It's a fun, good thing. No, I'm not going to overthink that. There's probably third world politics I'm forgetting, but that's not useful for you. And his roommate was this German dude who was super cool. There were all these really cool Europeans there, some attractive Scandinavian young women. I had fun when I was there. It was cool. So the virus, the famous global pandemic from 4 years ago, was hitting after I was in Peru for about a month. And I had a Chinese friend, the one who I did forelock with. He called me up, and he had some contacts back in China who worked at a hospital that said that this thing was really crazy and you had to take it seriously. So I got a flight out of Peru the next day, and I left an extra hour plus to get through Lima Airport rather than what I would normally need. However, there was a huge line due to COVID, and so I made the last flight on the last call, because that night Peru closed its border. And Peru had a really crazy COVID lockdown system where they would have cops out in the street, and they would stop you from leaving your house. And this was really controversial because in Peru, out in the Amazonian region in the jungle, they have massive deaths from dengue fever. And I don't know if exactly dengue, it's one of those tropical illnesses, vastly more than COVID, but the Peruvian government cared about COVID because it was the politically sensitive topic. And so yeah, I got out of Peru on the last call for the last flight. And I had friends in Peru who were stuck there for months until their European governments got them out. I caught COVID in Miami airport, and I was sick for 6 weeks. I've had COVID like 3 times in my life, and this time was the only one that was really bad. And I was coughing up phlegm for, again, over a month. My dad kept me in my room so I wouldn't get him sick. Man, COVID was brutal. I remember counting days until lockdown was over, and I had a Chinese friend who was stuck in America for complex reasons, so my dad and I took care of him for a few months until he could get a flight back to China. I think COVID was a real point of social trauma that we haven't actually healed from as a society. I think we don't really know what happened with COVID or how it relates to our lives. And so it bubbles up under the surface as resentment because we never psychologically processed it. And I see COVID as the tipping point where things really went to hell, where before then, and Trump before then, there was more plausible deniability that we were in an okay society. And then after COVID, I thought there was going to be a recovery, that there wasn't, and things went straight downhill. And I think especially for women, it's the period of just psychological collapse. I think psychologically we never recovered. And I was stuck at home during COVID, and this was a real turning point for the channel. I was just stuck at home with bored out of my mind and physically incapacitated. And I knew that this was an opportunity I'd never get again with a lot of free time. And so I started working on my channel full time. I worked really hard every single day of the week, and I remember it being really hard to maintain focus since I was in physical pain, but I worked because I needed something else to do to not go completely crazy. I kept trying to make alternate history videos, but past a certain point I realized that I had basically completely saturated the market. I was working with timelines like, what if the cotton gin was never invented? Or what if the Shimabara revolt actually worked? That summer of 2020 is when I made the shift to the anthropology, history, and geopolitics content that I make now. Being stuck at home during COVID was one of the most important periods of my intellectual development, in which I read possibly a majority of the top 10 most important books of my life. I had nothing else to do. I met the man who would become my right-hand man, business manager, and best friend in March of 2020. Merrick Wright was a 21-year-old guy from Boston who was unemployed from a homeschooled working-class Yankee family. He had 6 siblings, too. He emailed me saying that he wanted to make maps for me, and I looked at his maps, told him no, but I said, "You make maps of my videos," and this was alternate history time period, "better than the maps I have. We should start talking to each other." And so we started talking every week for at least a year, where we became pretty close friends. And I told him he was a loser who should turn his life around, and I realized that he had incredible innate talent, and no one else had, because he's from a working class background and never went to college. And he got a job at that point working at Dunkin' Donuts, then he worked as a gardener. Then I started hiring him for various tasks. It started out just managing my email, then it began managing my business contracts, then my other business. Then I use him video editing. I use him for a sub-variety of different tasks. He's very intelligent and does a great job. And within a month of meeting me, he actually met the girl who would later become his future wife. And Merrick has recently moved to Texas, where I'm at, from Boston. And it's crazy that there's lots of people like Merrick. There's lots of very smart people from working class backgrounds who basically get shoved aside by the system because they're obsessed with college applications. And now he works for me full time, and I could never ask for a better friend and a better lieutenant. It's been a great ride, Merrick. I went to college for a semester as a freshman in Bates, a liberal arts school in Maine, an hour north of Portland up in the woods. And the brief time I spent in college was kind of lame, if I'm honest, due to the enormous COVID regulations they had. The school was even more woke than my high school, which is kind of hard to believe. They were trying to make critical race theory a part of the curriculum that was just mandatory for you to pass the class. And at that point, my channel really took off because I made a lot of successful geopolitics videos. So when I was stuck at home with Peru, after Peru, I had 666. I had 66,600 subscribers. I was stuck at that for a year. The Appalachian Trail really slowed me down. And then I was at 200,000. And 130,000 was when I hit a real tipping point with my channel where I could live off the income. And I voted for Trump in 2020 since I realized the left just wanted to destroy white men. And this was a big turning point in my life since it was when I decided to explicitly be a conservative. It's funny that being a conservative is such an important part of my identity now, but it's a relatively recent thing. And I started to really distrust the left with the Summer of Love or the post-George Floyd protests. People I thought I could trust from my high school or my hometown in rural Pennsylvania were just posting completely demented stuff. Stuff where it was totally obvious to me that these people wanted suffering and the destruction of civilization. People would say, you should donate furniture to butch lesbians. And dozens of people were saying that black people doing property vandalism was justified and taking the rich's property was fine, which is just ridiculous. And I started to really loathe the left on a profound level after this. December of 2020 is probably the most important month of my life until I dropped this video. I got a check from Google for $12,000, which blew my mind. And I realized that was enough money that I basically had to drop out of school. The other thing is that a handsome young man named Matthew DeMarcantonio hit me up. He was a 26-year-old tech CEO who ran a company in the restaurant payment processing business from Teal Capital. That failed, and then he moved into a business where he was basically making OnlyFans for normal content creators. And I think it's a pretty good business. It was just wrong timing for the market. And he is a right-wing, hyper-militaristic guy from a State Department family in Virginia. His dad is the former Undersecretary of Defense under Clinton. His dad's an awesome dude. I've spoken with him. One of the people I'd say the highest of. He was a big fan of my show and was part of a secret social club built by someone from Team 10, or Jake Paul's organization. It included NBA stars, Netflix actresses, billionaires, and a successful founder. And not a successful founder, many successful founders. I was super happy to join them, and the guys who were part of the organization loved me. I was widely known for once dressing up as a pimp on a call and making map-based sexual innuendos to a film producer. She was female, it wasn't gay. Sadly, it was one of the worst managed organizations I have ever seen in my life, and immediately shut down within a month of me joining. The founder, Max Beaumont, is a sociopath who I still hate in my mental book of grudges. Side note, in the culture of my people, both of my parents told me to memorize every single social interaction in my life and then assess it on, is it a direct or indirect insult, or are they demonstrating a lot of loyalty and morality? So I automatically just assess the world on my honor code, and then I try to vastly reward those who are loyal to me. And if you fuck with me, don't fuck with me. That's just my attitude. And Matt hit me up that winter and said he was going to Mexico with 20 of his tech CEO friends where they would rent out a bunch of villas on the beach. I said yes and dropped out of school to live in Mexico in Playa del Carmen. Playa is commercialized enough to feel safe, but it's also pretty Eurotrash, if I'm honest. I joke Playa is a more Anglo suburb, it's like an Anglo suburb of Miami, and it was a blast where we stayed on the beach and we would party 3 or 4 nights a week. I'm glad I did it, but I wouldn't do it again. I was so tired of partying just after a month. And Mexican nightclubs don't have volume control. It's the danza kuduro is stuck in my head forever. I was really rich at the time, and I was making 200k that year and 300k the year after that. I don't know why people think I'm poor. This channel's got a lot of viewers. I monetize said viewers with sponsorships. You guys think I'm like a homeless incel or some crap like that. You're probably just projecting. And we were living in nice villas, and I didn't spare any expense. I miss living in the third world. You can hire someone to like clean your dishes and like give you weekly massages. It's so nice. And Matt D brought a bunch of his frat bro friends from Virginia, and I basically lived in a frat for 3 months. This was actually a really vital time in my social development and my development as a person, because I came from an abusive, nerdy family and a Christian private high school. And so living with these frat bros in Mexico taught me a lot of social skills that I had missed out of. And I think a lot of you will go through a degenerate college phase. It's a formative experience. I was rejected by a girl I liked, and so I went through a 3-month keto phase where I lost a lot of weight. I had gained weight during COVID. The girl turned around on me after 6 months, but then I had found a new girl by that time already. I went on a date with a different girl who used ayahuasca, which is an Amazonian psychedelic the native peoples use, which lets you commune with the spirit world. My childhood dream was to always talk to God. It was always the thing I most wanted to do in my life. Other kids fantasized about being firefighters or astronauts. I just wanted to listen to God all day. I wanted to talk to God as a kid since my parents had told me that all things stem from God, and if you don't know God, you don't know anything. My dad would say growing up that most of the social issues in our society are downstream from the death of God. I could tell even as a child that my people were dying, and no one knew how to fix it or that it was even an issue. I thought why don't I just call God to see if he has anything to say? I always had a childhood fantasy of saving my people, and there was always this whispering voice in my mind which told me I needed to touch base with God for me to reach my destiny. My mind periodically whispers to me. It's something where I'll just be living my life, and a thought comes out of nowhere that I never considered before. I then spend years pondering it until it makes sense. Some things my mind has whispered to me include, you need to talk to God.
Which one?
Another, once you understand consciousness, you understand everything.
Oh
Third,
my God,
time
yeah.
is an illusion. Fourth,
Yeah.
everything around you is mutable and can be broken with your mind.
Lock him up. I'll say maybe I've got to diagnose him with delusions of grandeur. What? You heard what I said? I'm not mumbling. Do I sound like I'm mumbling? No. That's not what it said.
Then there is a master key to all things. Once you take the master key, you control reality itself. My brain just feeds me this stuff without my consent. I don't know, man. This is my life. I'm stuck here. A final reason I was really excited to take ayahuasca was that I felt completely numb when I was partying in Mexico. I remember it was my... Phone stuff is candid. So
Been awake.
I remember it was my birthday and I was at a water park. I just felt nothing. I remember even being in the water and feeling no emotion on the slide. I remember one time I was walking in a beach outside our villa, calling my dad, telling him I felt nothing. I just felt complete emptiness. It reminded me of college in France, times where I should have objectively been happy, but I just felt inner pain. Both times I remember thinking, my life is objectively good now, but I feel miserable. I felt like there was an elephant inside of me. That locked inside my own mind was something I really needed to know, but I didn't. Then I needed to find out what that thing was in order to move to the next stage of my life. I had no idea what it was, but I felt its absence. I felt so exhausted all the time, like a horse forced to run all day. I couldn't rest. It was a feeling I could have for as long as I could remember. Like back in high school, when I remember experiencing less than half the emotions I saw other teenagers have. There was a girl I went on a few dates with for there was a girl I went on dates with for a few months.
I'm learning from the teacher.
I loved her more than I could ever imagine, since she's what I thought I wanted.
Who? You want me to become a Freemason? Is that what you said? What does that even mean? I mean, I guess, but no, I don't.
As a checklist for a woman. She went to Harvard, she was beautiful, was anti-woke.
Wait, the little patch thing in your arm isn't working? Oh.
Woke, really smart, and other stuff. We would get drunk walking around New York with a flask of vodka in our backpack. It didn't work out for a variety of reasons, and she was trying to manipulate me for social advancement. She once criticized me calling our friend crying that I didn't convince her to stay overnight at our place, where she drove 2 hours to stay at my place at nighttime. And then I made a move on her, and she said I wasn't interested. I said, okay. And then she left, and then she called my friend crying, saying, he didn't make me stay. And moving past her was really difficult, and it was a big part of my development, because it involved throwing away my concept for what I thought I wanted out of life. And I had this sort of romantic sense that I wanted a peaceful, stable, happy life. And I really didn't want that. That's lame. I want to go hard. And I don't want to base my identity off romantic relationships with women. That sounds lame. I have to stand alone as a man, and I need to stand alone before God. And I didn't know what I wanted in life before. And I projecting traits onto others that you wish you have is not romantic. It's weak. When I thought about how I loved her, I realized my brain wasn't really on my side because my evolutionary circuits weren't wired, where my self-interest was I had to move on. She was the kind of person I thought I wanted, but she was crazy. However, I realized I got off on arguing with her. In that, I enjoyed throwing off steam and getting into fights. I realized this was an issue I'd have to fix to live a happy romantic life. I knew something was off with my romantic senses that I had to fix. I would do anything to break through the other side. I literally did the psychic equivalent of dropping 7 thermonuclear bombs on myself. Ayahuasca is really no joke, guys. I'm so happy it exists. It's like touching the edge of the sun. But ayahuasca is to LSD or mushrooms what a house cat is to a tiger. It was made by the Amazonian peoples 1,000 years ago because their shamans knew that there would come a great empire to the west that would have a sickness of materialism and greed, which ayahuasca would have to clean out. Of course, as I've said dozens of times before, I do not support illegal things, and thus please only use ayahuasca in South American countries it's legal in. Also, please use an Amazonian shaman like I did. The shaman is a trained professional where this is what they do. You really, really need one. If you don't use a shaman and bad things happen, it's your fault. You'll probably be fine either way, and nothing too bad will happen. However, this is playing with a thermonuclear bomb. Even if you have a bad trip, it'll help you grow because you're probably a pussy anyway. I was able to reach the spirit world, and I did it through purely ethical and responsible use of drugs.
I'll play. Bro, I'm old. What do you want, man? Oh, God. I have good hearing sometimes. It's not that bad all the time. It's not great. That's a good one. No. No, we're false. That's on you. You should. I gotta be ready at all times. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I didn't. It was for dodging. It's not the same thing as AFK.
Match found.
I mean, yeah, I'm down to go to Sliders. Why not?
I am the beginning. I am the
Bless you. Hey team, what's up? Yes, and Seth, he does have a gun. He brandishes it several times during the video. This probably, so this is part one. This is two and a half hours of a 10-hour rant that he posted. Yeah, and then deleted. Yeah. There was unironically a time I thought he was one of the smartest people on YouTube. Misguided. He's misguided, but I think. What if alt pissed?
Reyna, the souls you consume.
No.
You hear their voices as I do.
What if alt hissed? This dude, like 3 years ago, started making YouTube videos talking about, like, oh, what happens if, like, I don't know. It's like, what happens if the Russian Revolution ever happened? It's just like theoretical stuff like that, just talking bullshit. And now he's like talking like full Nazi, like, we need to secure our rail for the master race, guys.
Shadows traveling.
They're all there. There's a whole bunch.
Spike down A. I have the spike. One enemy remaining. 4.
You see him?
Enemy spotted A.
Ain't no way. Did you buy the ghost? Or did you pick it up?
We're dancing
Nice.
now. Let's keep it up.
I'm laughing at him.
Drop.
I'm out of here.
Cover going out.
Coming through. Find out.
There's one gonna be coming here, Jared.
Still in sight.
Behind you.
Bring them
Jared, behind you. Yeah.
One down. Oh, three for me.
Wait, what the fuck is this? This is bullshit.
Spike down A.
Grenade.
Oh, your teammate's gonna steal it.
One enemy remaining.
115 on Rays. They're stuck. Nice.
What the heck? Bro, save some kills for the rest of us.
Nice, Raze. Subtle.
I don't think you said that in chat. Oh, come on, man.
No prisoners. Reloading.
Go, go, go.
Cutting their vision. Plant the spike.
Heaven. No, I didn't say that. Eventually. It's definitely a couple heaven. Now the rest heaven. Oh, behind.
Three for me.
Another one. What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Bro. Dude, what the heck?
If you've never seen a man,
You are you cheating? Bro, what the fuck did they do to you? Did you actually? Oh, he is cheating.
Cover going out.
I heard one mid, just so you know.
Shadows travel.
one enemy remaining.
Last heaven.
Bring them down.
Stealing sight.
Dude, how the hell are you 14-1 at round 4? That is wild.
Their hearts tell a different story. There.
You're actually kind of crazy, dude.
I'm out of here.
He's just so good with it. We gotta get him a skin for it.
I will be their nightmare.
Go, go, go. Shocking. Go, go, go.
Shadows traveling.
This way.
Cover going out.
Cutting their vision.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Removed.
Enemy spotted A. Bye-bye.
Gone. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
I'm watching here. Enemy A.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's send this quickly.
What?
Hackers win.
Out of my way.
Wait, oh shit. Wait. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. Sorry. No, I thought I put us in ranked. Cause oh my god. That was unfortunate. I'm sorry, Jared, but still, that was still wild.
Match found.
Was he said that to you? What?
Oh yeah, Teletubby Muncher. Nom 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 nom. Oh.
Hey guys.
What's up?
Bro, how did you get that name?
I am the beginning. I am the end.
Wait, what's offensive?
Do we wait? Do we necessarily need heal?
No, we probably good. Just have fun. It's a game.
Wait. Okay,
Like, do you know?
play some.
Do you know that wall?
What wall?
Never mind then.
Oh fuck.
I know the wall.
Before we begin, know that there's no one I would rather have by my side than you.
Do you guys listen to the song Messy at all? Yeah, when I saw Bart, I thought Bart Simpson.
I'm gonna go dart. Yeah, I'm darting over there.
Cover going out.
Oh, one back.
Oh shit.
Oh, go.
There's one tree and one A.
Shadows traveling.
Still inside. There.
Reload. Enemy down.
Turn here.
Raise pick me, I feel.
Cutting their vision.
Thank you.
There.
I'm gonna close it.
Planted.
There.
No, don't.
Shadows.
Motherfucker! Ah!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What?
Unlucky.
My burden.
It's a 4-3 we lose. Not good. My music's so loud.
Wait, come here. Come. Cypher. Oh, no. Ooh. I'm gonna aim at that pointy thing.
Revealing area.
Oh, they're pushed up.
There.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
Fuck, I tried to shoot it. Y'all know you can shoot that, right?
Drop the spike. Cover going out.
Wait a minute.
Oh my god, bro.
Shadows traveling.
Tree, mid.
You gonna come in or what? Help. I need assist.
Bro got buckied.
He's in the corner.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
My ult.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Why is he saving a Bucky? What?
See? You're stubborn.
The mad lad himself.
Nah, man, I buy you.
No, that's good. I'm gonna fuck him with an outlaw again.
I mean, the gun decks are pretty good, but the only problem is like it has to be 2-shot if they're full health.
They don't buy shields a lot, so it's good.
Take control.
Just aim it in the head. I think it should be one shot then.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
There. Reloading.
Cover going out.
I have the spike.
What
I
the?
have the spike.
Take flight.
Enemy spotted A.
Watch them run.
We got bomb.
Reloading.
Not ready yet.
My ultimate is ready.
Still in sight.
Oh, in the corner.
Sleep,
I
brother.
pinged you, man.
Yeah, we knew he was there.
I'm not pushing that. Holy shit. They're holding corners.
Going out.
I'm low-key slow.
I can dart again.
Just run B, run B.
Enemy down. I
Spike
have the
down
spike.
mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Revealing area. There they are.
Enemy in defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Just give me a moment.
Nice.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Get orbs, get orbs.
Bomb buddy out.
Scanning ahead.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted A. All raised.
There.
Feels low.
What happened?
There.
Spike planted.
There.
Oh, they both happened.
One enemy remaining.
Good job, Gary.
Oh my god. Give me that! No!
Just batteries. I need a recharge.
Finally have money! Yo, Silva, I got a lineup for you. No, never mind.
I know the lineup.
Revealing area.
Rest.
Go, go, go.
Hey, someone grab the orb.
Here.
What?
Reloading.
They keep.
Spike down B.
Your duty is not over. You will not.
Go for a second.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy
Enemy in
remaining.
defender spawn. Be at rest. Reloading.
This is why we are a team.
That's a weird ass wall. That wasn't our wall, was it?
No.
I don't think so. I crouched right under it.
I think it's because they rezzed.
I could buy someone on maxed out.
Yeah, I killed Raze.
They
I thought she was gonna
didn't
kill you, so I just spammed her. She was scaring me, man.
Cover going out.
Scanning ahead.
Still inside.
Barrier.
I am the hunter.
What y'all having?
Here.
Chill, bro. Chill.
You are powerless. Can't use that.
Fire in the hole.
Oh my god, that's a bad spot.
My ultimate is ready.
One tree.
What?
Player standing. Spike down A.
How did our team melt, dude?
Prepare yourselves. We fight.
That may have been me. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. No, because I got the kill on him, so I definitely didn't shoot the clone. But I shot something that just started walking. Yeah,
Why
that's
you
crazy. Our
capping?
team lost it. How many did you kill? But still, I mean, if they all didn't just beat 3 other people. Oh. I killed the real Yoru. And then somehow full blinded killed the Raze.
Shadows traveling. Drop the spike. I have the spike. Cover going out.
There. Watching here.
Fuck.
No chance.
Cover going out.
Yeah. You think A's clear?
A clear.
Watch them run. Spike planted.
Opponent killed.
I suggest you move.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
Take flight.
It ends for now. Here.
Don't get distracted.
Keep
Huh?
them in our sights.
That was a good call going A. That was a good call going A, guys. Good job.
Reloading.
That's the one reason, my favorite reason to play Omen, because you can just split as a controller across the map, and then if your team actually takes space, you can just instantly go.
They will cover.
Shadows
Revealing
traveling.
area.
Cover going out.
Enemy see nothing.
Shock dart.
Backside, backside.
Shot down.
I got him.
One enemy
Thank
remaining.
you. But you take my kills. Why you take
Bro, I shock darted him. What do you mean?
Need help.
You will not kill my allies. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Kill me.
I'm whiffing all my headshots.
On my intel. Don't give them time to reposition. Deep breath.
Shadows traveling.
My ultimate is ready. There. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
I swear I like them.
They're gonna be here. Our team just running full knife out? Okay. Psycho? I still think they're gonna be here.
Our spike carrier's dead.
Spike down mid.
Just be patient. You guys have time. Oh, they're fucking this up. I don't know why.
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
Gotta help.
I
Gotta
have the
help.
spike.
Sages.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Yeah, I say you guys go B. Go B, go B, go
I
B.
can buy you. Got Reyna.
Thank you.
I have money.
Who's next?
Mid, they're mid, they're mid.
Yoru's on me.
Wait, what?
Oh hell no.
Shadows traveling.
I don't want op.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Watch them run.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted. Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Silence.
Good shit.
You forget your place.
Omen, you are a force of nature.
That is crazy to lose that. Yeah.
Let's make him dance.
Shadows traveling.
Standing
Cover
ahead.
going out.
Hard left, hard right. Let me know when you're going.
There.
Deploying drone.
Spike planted.
There. Enemy spotted A. There. Cutting the
Shadows traveling.
Gun here.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
all dead. I'm still hungry.
Reloading.
Gun here.
This game
Last
doesn't feel
round
as
in
close
the
to
half.
it.
Oh, I didn't even know I was
This game
under
feels a
there.
lot closer than it is. I'm saying. Because these fights, yeah, these fights are just so fucking epic every time.
Gun here. What do you need?
Shadows traveling.
Standing ahead.
My ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted.
Go. Cover going out.
Your duty is not
One enemy remaining.
Watch them run.
Oh shit! Heaven.
Wait, what?
Spike down A.
Who's next?
30 seconds left.
Bomb buddy out. Think that's it.
Job.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Switching
Oh man.
sides.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
I think so. Yes. Are you just going for it now? Are you guys going for it now? Oh, just generally.
My rotate.
There's one out
Grab
mid.
board.
Gun here.
Spike down mid.
Cover going out.
Get out of here. Enemy spotted there.
One enemy remaining.
Congrats, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Yeah, he was talking shit at the beginning of the game to me, pretty hard.
Wait, who?
They're raised.
Down.
Defenders win.
Stiff. I see. I don't watch this chat. I like mute it or something. My brain's muted. Wait.
Match found.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, that was crazy when you're like, okay. I'm like, okay, tell me when you're gonna go. And you're like, okay, I'm going now. And you pop ult and just jump out there. The blind comes out. I was like, crazy.
I've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, you guys are gonna regret doing that. I fully condone this. Yeah, y'all fucked that up. That was a mistake, man.
Right here.
Wait, how does Reyna work? It's my first game.
We'll show you, man. Don't worry about it.
Alright. I heard that it's good because you could heal yourself.
Target site shutting them down. One suppressed.
Blasting him.
Target sighted enemy.
Pulling them in.
Here, catch.
Last player standing. We get eyes on that omen, then we bury that thing.
This is a Deagle only, sheriff only game if I've ever seen it.
Tough luck, brother. Okay, so the stars are basically like places where you can use your abilities. Yeah.
We should rotate.
No peeking. Right here. Spike planted. Here, catch.
Enemy spotted B.
Refreshing.
Last player standing. Blasting them.
Yes, yes, burn in the fire. That was theirs. The sacrifice.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
I tell you this every time.
Ooh, heal their healer.
Shutting them down.
One there.
Dropping smoke.
Smoke here. Wait, can I get that? Or not?
Spike down A. Last player standing.
They're going to scatter from my stuff.
Can we get
Super
it?
easy to pick
I mean, we
off.
can 0 and 13. I want 0 13, Jared. So,
Spike down. C.
Reloading. Bad guy down. Knife deployed. Two suppressed. Flash. Target.
Enemy spotted. C. Dropping smoke. Last player standing.
My
Attack
ult
when they're
is ready.
suppressed. Adapt their options. They make mistakes.
We're well on our way.
Face down. Guns up. Get deadly.
Drop in a smoke.
Nowhere to run!
Have one of these.
Alright, brother. I think it's over. Brother.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Don't worry, brother.
Back like I
Spike down.
never
C.
left. Refreshing. I got the spike. I'll get him.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike down. C.
Got him.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Throwing charge.
Okay, who's got this axe?
Drop in a smoke.
It's my bad, Jerry.
Time for them to kneel.
Yeah. Nice.
For you, hermanita.
Reloading.
Flashbang. Target sighted A.
I have
Spike
the spike.
dropped. No peeking. Aspect down.
Spike down. Mid.
Target sighted B.
Drop in a smoke.
I have the spike. Killer. My ult's ready.
Last
spike
player
carrier's
standing.
down.
Spike down. Mid.
140 on the Omen.
Drop in a smoke.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. A.
Yeah.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
I love this part.
Flashbang. Target sighted.
Well divided.
Push with the Astro Wall, brother.
Last player standing.
Spike planted. No peeking.
Nice.
Flawless.
No peeking. Drop in a
I will
smoke.
fulfill my purpose.
I need to blow something up.
No peeking.
Target sighted.
Spike down mid.
Scatter.
Done.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Spike retrieved.
They will cover.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
No peeking.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm just running sheriff.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
Guys, this is a rough one.
Yes, brother.
Charlie Mike, let's go.
Clove, can you come with us, please? Clove, please. Alright, let's go see, guys. Bomb C, so we should go see too.
I've got your trail.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. Back like I never
You gotta get to sight, brother.
Yeah.
Reloading. Drop in a smoke. One enemy remaining.
Still in sight. Don't worry.
Drop in a
Your
smoke.
life won't go to waste. Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
See, you guys should follow me around more.
Maybe you should come with the team, brother.
I am the team.
I mean, you do like have the most mass of the team, but you know.
I don't even know what he said.
I'm sorry, brother.
Mass? Yeah, I think he said mass. Oh, damn, that was clean.
Spike dropped.
I have the spike. Cutting their vision.
Nowhere to run!
Drop in a smoke.
Still in sight.
Planted.
There.
There. Last player standing.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Tough.
You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win. Right here. I don't quit.
Need a drop.
Knocking them. Have one of these.
Grab that clove.
Reloading.
And rotate,
Drop in a
please.
smoke.
They have an op, so like.
No peeking.
Clover going C, brother. Brother, you have spike. Brother, where are you going?
That's a kill.
Brother, please.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Oh no, brother.
My ult's ready.
Ready peeking. You will not kill my allies.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
No peeking.
Last round before the switch.
I need help.
Oh, please don't take spike,
Last call for all
brother.
the things we need to kill him with.
Brother,
Fire.
please.
Clove, please give that to KO.
Please, brother. Alright, guys, follow the leader. Follow the leader.
Watching here.
Fuck it, bro. Clove is our leader because he's top fracking.
He's the line leader, guys. Come on. Follow the leader.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet.
Dude.
They will cover. Well divided.
No peeking.
There.
I'll flash out, brother.
Drop in a scope.
I flashed. Oh, okay. Just. Good job, brother.
Spike down.
Flashing again, brother. I called my flash, brother. Brother, please.
Manual reset. I need a reset. Emergency reset.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
No, our teammates are trolling.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Stole his champ.
Let's start this party.
You have to like click twice, yeah.
They're going B.
Drop in a smoke.
Planting B.
Spike planted.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
No peeking. Aye, where's who?
Yes.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
No.
Multiple enemies.
No peeking.
Spike planted.
I shot somebody. Refreshing. Drop in a scope.
Reloading.
Yeah, yeah.
Reloading.
Pew, pew.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Match point.
Next time is now, fam.
Spike down A.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted.
Flashbang. Throwing charge.
No peeking.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Is this an R smoke? Come on now.
One enemy remaining.
Come on now. Come on now. Smoking me off. Come on, brother.
Clutch.
I'm built different.
No peeking.
Do you want to dance? I'll leave. No prisoners.
Suppressing. Three suppressed. Multiple targets C. Grenade.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
I think they've left, brother. They're going B, brother.
Last player standing.
Alright, GG's.
Spike planted.
GG's.
Give him
Attackers
close
win.
one.
Okay, you went.
I don't know.
I reported Reyna. We had to teach them a lesson, man. They learned. Fuck around, you gotta find out.
Match found.
He probably, I think he has to, he said he's going all week. Because he wanted to get lunch one day. Yeah. I mean, I think we're just going to the hospital. You guys can just show up. You guys can show up at the hospital. Want to eat the cafeteria or something? Yeah, have them look at him. Maybe they can fix him.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
What's wrong with the hospital? You're cool. What? What? I'm not sure who the most ill is.
Their jet is nothing compared to ours. Let's crush that copy.
Every time I Google search, there's just cavemen staring at me. That's all my feed is, just cavemen staring at me.
Traveling.
Pack 30 on jet.
Catch you heaven. Jet backside.
I had no health. I tried to walk through.
There they are.
Yeah, I mean that. Oh, shit.
Last player standing.
Die. Cover going out.
Drop in a storm.
Spike planted. Cover going out. Blinding.
Let's see.
Team Ace.
When Reyna gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
Which one? And that searches up when you search Jade the Truth? Oh. Ah.
Reloading. Shot down. Scanning ahead.
Shadows traveling.
On right side. Clove has a guardian on right.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
I'll find them.
No peeking.
Revealing area.
Drop in a storm.
Cover going out. My ultimate is ready.
Gone.
Watch them run. You thought you were safe.
One enemy remaining.
Last one be with me.
Right here. There.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Gun here.
No peeking.
A second wind. Let your senses come alive. Now,
bit.
swallow your fear.
Cover going out.
Drop in a smoke.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Get it.
Reloading.
Jet backside.
Satchel out.
Shadows traveling.
Multiple enemies A.
Pull back.
Jet's ground.
That's also backside.
Reloading.
Nice. One heaven.
Heaven, brother.
I'm trapped with DK.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Shock dart.
Last in heaven.
5 dead.
Raise, you always work to lift our spirits. Thank you.
The last one in heaven. He didn't sing it.
I'm alert B.
Probably just take your word on it. You know more
Eyes
than
on
us.
target.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted. Shadows traveling. Found them.
I'm mollied off. I can walk through.
Cover going out.
I'm leaving you right now.
My ultimate is ready.
I'm fucked.
Spike planted. Get.
There. Have one of these.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
My ult is ready.
Nice.
So,
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Shadows traveling.
Go get him.
Scanning ahead.
My ult's ready.
Reloading.
Take flight.
Left side.
Can y'all smoke heaven and bridge?
Heaven.
Blinding. Not ready yet.
Carrier's down. I got the spike.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A.
can't plant the spike.
Spike planted.
The rush. No peeking.
One could be flying.
I think it's Arena
One
backside or
enemy
heaven.
remaining.
Last on me.
Just like everyone else.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
The fam. Fam.
For you, hermanita.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted.
Watch them run.
Reloading.
There's one more inside. One more inside.
Tag close. Library.
Shadows traveling.
Scanning ahead.
Blinding.
Bad dart, my bad.
One enemy remaining.
Back like I never left! Enemy spotted mid.
Reloading. Reloading. Why are they so determined to die?
I need this. Thank you.
Did I have a drop?
Thank you.
They're weak.
Me?
Good.
Oh.
Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
Shot that.
Out.
Spike down A.
My turn. A.
Yeah, just run away, don't.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted mid. Skedaddle out.
Enemy spotted inside. Drop in a smoke. Have one of these.
There's one back there.
Nice, trying to rotate towards.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Spike down mid.
I missed fat fingered. He's right there.
Pardon the wish.
No peeking.
I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
Ten seconds left.
My ult's ready.
No peeking. And that's another dead.
Nice, well played.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Yeah, that little extra, I don't like it. You can always smoke it off. Good enough.
My ult is ready.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Shadows traveling. Help. Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
Reyna in the respawn.
Cover going out. No more. No.
They're together.
One enemy remaining.
Hey.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
What do you mean? Good man. Oh, okay. Hey, you might have something there.
Get out of my way!
I think I heard one close eye.
Deploying drone.
One up heaven. Clothing KJ. Hey, heaven.
Revealing
stealing sight.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Last is near heaven on me.
There.
40 now.
I'm gonna play back. I won't. Nice.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well
I
give
can't believe you don't like those animal skins. Cool. Don't like the. They're not furry skin.
I'm here to stay. Dropping a smoke.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling.
I heard one near B.
Enemy spotted B.
I just took out my flash.
Back like I never left!
That's you,
Here.
pal.
Spike planted.
That's clean.
Both mid.
Run.
Last player standing.
Face your fear!
Same. It is one.
Last round
That's
in
the
the
only way I
half.
got killed too.
Last call for all the things we need to kill him with. Buy up.
The hunt begins.
Cover going out.
Shot down.
120 right now.
Traveling.
Right here.
One right here in front of.
Spike planted.
Jet top mid. On
One
you, Clove.
enemy remaining.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Switching sides.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's
When we strike.
Let's flush them out.
Sounds like B. At least a couple. Yeah, it's B.
Shadows traveling.
There they are.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
no more.
I don't know. She did the same thing to me.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
3 souls.
Good.
Clutch.
Nice. Good
They're
job.
nothing to me.
Dana, that was like a dance. A really violent dance.
What? What do you have against yogurt?
What did yogurt do to you, Ray?
It's a movie line.
Oh. Ooh,
You ever seen Spaceballs?
no.
Good.
I hate yogurt, especially with strawberries.
Cover going
Be
out.
silent.
My ult's ready.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
Nobody here has seen Spaceballs? Am I that old?
Flawless.
Rick Moranis, you know?
Spike in attacker spawn.
No, and I'm pretty old.
It's like a Star Wars, Star Trek spoof. Mostly a Star Wars spoof. So you're gonna say you're pretty old, then you're gonna say like 26.
I had some kids say I was a grandma. I'm 24.
That's not man. Kids these days don't know age.
Some B. Some B.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted.
Blinding.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead.
Thanks.
Flawless.
Reloading.
Let them run.
Match point.
Party's over. Let's show them out.
I don't like it. I go mid here for you, Jared.
Eyes up.
I'm blind, I can't hear.
Blinding.
Bah.
Cover going out.
Revealing area.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
My quiver is never full.
They keep throwing the KJ bombs on the corner.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Last player standing. Thin. Spike planted.
My bad, guys. I went for a play there. It didn't work out.
Or
My ult is ready.
I raised jumped around this corner into here. 3 of them were looking at me.
Let us hunt.
The hunt begins.
Gonna be.
Shadows traveling.
Spike up.
Down B.
And it's free. We evened it out for you.
Spike planted.
Peeking.
Hard
Go
right.
on, buddy.
Like I never left.
Grenade.
You should run.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, here comes the party.
Out of charges.
Last player standing. Clutch.
What the fuck was that?
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please.
I forgot that knocks me backwards. Well, I mean, I don't know. I killed 2 and I killed the raise, the ult. I blame this omen.
I need this.
Should we save one?
Spike
Oh,
down
nice.
A.
Cover going out.
125 would fade.
Is ready.
Off fade bottom in.
Face your fear.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I hit her 125.
easy,
Defenders
GG's.
win.
Rest now. I will keep watch.
Like good things, not bad things. Cool runnings. I love cool runnings. Why are you talking shit on cool runnings? A lot more. Probably like double. Yeah. What would you say? where like you could have like two hoses, and you have a hose that you put in your mouth and drink water, and then you have like a catheter hose that just drains into the toilet, connected on the other end, and you can just sit there and just be a giant circle. No, but like through the water circle, you know.
Match found.
They can't help me. I like the drinking. I like the drinking of the water in my mouth.
I've got all the time in the world.
I have one of them. But like, I just want like connected to the osmosis filter, just like pure water coming in and then just coming out. I like my pee to run clear, so I just like it to run through. That's how I prefer it. Disgusting. Really? That's so weird to me. Like if you, or sometimes you eat stuff, like if I eat onions, it smells like onions.
He has no idea what you just said.
Smell like what? Still didn't hear you. Bad amount? Oh, bad. Okay.
There.
Well, I mean that it probably did. No MVPs yet for me. I had a couple good plays.
Quiet, quiet.
No peeking. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Yeah,
Good job. Wingman's down.
Healer's down.
turn out.
Reloading.
Drop in a smoke.
Up and away.
Oh, hell no.
Watch your eyes. Last player standing.
Phoenix div.
Make them beg.
Why can't we remake?
Because he came back. He came
Oh
back.
wow,
already.
what a dumbass.
He a dumbass because he came back.
Get gapped by Phoenix.
Down you go.
No, you don't.
And I'm gonna have A. I'm gonna have A soon.
Drop in a smoke. Plant the spike. No peeking. Ugh.
Turret out. Spike planted. Turret destroyed.
Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
Bomb grenade out.
Drop in a smoke.
Bomb grenade out.
Oh.
Owner wins by fear. Don't let him get to you.
They pushed out a bathroom last time, Jay. Just...
Come on, close.
No peeking.
Impeccable kill.
Drop in a smoke. Nat 20.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
One enemy remaining.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Long.
Ultimate's ready.
No peeking.
You hear that on camera.
Who getting gap now?
Oh, it's personal now.
He said he ain't gapped. Lucky Sally's, man. Mentally ill Melvins. Ah, you know.
Dizzy's up. Somebody's there. It's all you, Mod. Wingman's
Drop
planting.
in a smoke.
Come on, let's go. Spike planted.
Reloading.
Thanks, Wings.
Alarm bot out. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Target down. Refreshing.
Yo. Do they before I get full?
One enemy
That's
remaining.
a kill. Ult is ready. Just a wee flesh wound. I'll walk it off.
If you focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
For real though. Meanwhile, we know exactly what's gonna happen, which is too bad. When you get old, you lose it, man.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Get out of my way!
Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left! Drop in a smoke. Oh! Turn out.
Come here.
Man's gonna plant spike.
No peeking.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
I think Phoenix is gonna come on.
Placing alarm bot.
Thing.
Killed my bot.
One enemy remaining.
Fine.
Flank.
Good job, Jared.
Shit.
That's right, you tell him.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Reloading.
Sorted.
Headshot.
She tried to res.
No bother.
Oh, I should have just been patient.
Enemy B. That's the spike, Wings.
Last player standing.
Crash got a hit.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One enemy
Dead.
remaining.
You're out. I got the spike.
Be long.
Just half.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
Your first mistake was assuming I couldn't.
Wings, Dizzy, Thrash, Mosh. Yous are the actual best. Oh, and you too, Gecko. Could I have a drop?
Find me, Jared.
Thank you.
Come on, little homies. Let's get it.
Drop in a smoke.
Got him. They're dead.
You glum.
That was crazy.
Spike down A.
Woo!
One enemy remaining.
I got the spike.
Last one's A.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Scatter.
I didn't hear him. You need to say that then. I didn't hear anything. Should say something. What happened to my call out people?
My
I
ult
only
is
killed
ready.
two.
Suffering.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You ain't got no headphones.
Bro, my music's on, man.
Nah, music is crazy. Hey, like that ass? You listen to music?
Yeah, it's a game. You're supposed to have fun, right?
Bro, what they got to do with anything?
Dude, he plays music when he plays Hunt Showdown too.
Oh, that's your boy?
Yeah, unfortunately.
No peeking.
Go ahead, go.
No peeking. Placing sentry.
Oh, on top of the box, behind you guys. To the right, to the right.
One down. Come on, let's go.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, Phoenix.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as
sorry,
many
I thought we were
day-to-day
supposed to-
benefits as you think.
They flank every round. I just kill them with their knives out every time. They literally full sprint with their knives out.
Come on then!
Yeah.
Drop in a smoke.
About to all A once we get in showers.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
I have the spike. Someone's A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Woo! I shot somebody.
Alarm bot down.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry.
30 seconds left.
No peeking.
I can't see your guy.
Get a look at that. They lost again.
I don't know why. Didn't we decide to jump until we go to that bar? I wanted to go.
Get out of my way.
I said we go to Sliders.
He long, Phoenix long.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike
I thought you were
down
the other
B.
one. It got me confused.
Refreshing. I got the spike.
Yeah, rotate.
Dropping smoke.
Oh, we want it. Want it.
Sorry, bro. My ultimate's ready.
Back like
Spike
I
down
never
B.
left.
One enemy remaining.
You made a mess of yourself. Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking. Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Turret out.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Last round before the switch.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Time for a field test.
No peeking.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
It's all you, little homie.
Watch your eyes!
Spike carrier's done. Oh!
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Last player
Refreshing.
standing. Switching sides.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just
Shoot. You have to think.
All right, muckers. Off we go.
Turret out.
No peeking. Pew pew.
Bunch of guys, eh? Someone's there.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Nat 20.
One enemy remaining.
Predicted this.
All right, I did.
If any of you die, I lose a bet with Brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
I mean, only one.
Placing a sentry in our wall.
No peeking. peeking.
I'll take it.
Spike planted.
You numpty.
Wingman's defusing.
Yeah, catch.
One enemy remaining.
Combo.
Why me?
Their tech is only as good as their skill, and that
Diffuse was that helped. Almost lost because if we didn't have that.
placing swarm grenade.
It was pretty sick though, because little guy was just there. Yeah.
Why everybody B? What the fuck?
Turret out.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Spike down, B.
Have one of these.
We got Spike in. Oh, I haven't. Stay right there, Viper. Stay right there, Viper.
Refreshing.
Thrash isn't done
They're
with
on
you!
site still.
I need help.
They're full on site.
One enemy remaining.
God here.
Bro, what are they doing?
No big.
Yeah.
No peeking.
Poison orb emitting.
Because
30
our
seconds
teammate was
left.
gonna die, he's still gonna die.
Drop in a spot.
Like, what the fuck is she doing?
Last player standing.
That's our teammate.
Careful now. No charges left.
Run, run.
10 seconds left. Clutch.
Nah, they should have never fucking died. Just lost a 1v3.
Our fucking bro just fucking smoked me when I was watching the corner.
Dumb fucks. Just FF.
Literally cost me that. I couldn't see anymore.
Nah, but why the fuck did the Viper jump out? I'm confused.
Bro, I can't get. Yeah, these people are special, man.
You fucking smoked me so I couldn't see in my corner. Get the fuck out of here.
You're the only one doing good, Jared. People fucking suck ass. I had to do it to save our teammate.
Phoenix 50. You long. Flash out, get going, go crazy.
Spike's B. Someone's there. Enemies are B.
Nice, good shit, Gecko. You saved the day. Oh my god.
How are they in? How are they in?
Down.
You're right.
Who let them in window?
Last player standing.
You already know this.
Wait, two of y'all were in window and let him walk it through window?
Yup.
Spike planted.
Oh, I wasn't there.
Dropping smokes.
Wait, what did they do?
I'll outshine all their radiance.
I wasn't there. I was on the other side of the map
Bro, you
too.
gotta watch your own back, Gecko.
Yeah, fuck
I wasn't.
me,
I
dude.
can't
thought
come
we
to
had teammates in
TV.
window.
Nah, they was there.
I wasn't there.
I'm telling you, bro. Viper, I don't know what type of like.
Let's go.
I was convinced they were coming back the other side.
was Heaven. You gotta kill Heaven. What you mean?
Joke's over. You're dead.
No peeking.
Ulting B, Phoenix.
Turret down. Enemy B. Enemy. One down. My ultimate is ready.
No peeking.
They all on B.
Spike planted.
You will not kill my
Last
ally.
player standing.
Where's that guy? Sorry.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Again? Oh.
I love this part.
I thought there was somebody in the tower because somebody TP'd.
One down. Initiated.
They're here.
Right here.
Placing sentry. Area's clear.
Okay.
Someone's A.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
Oh, this game's 100% a loss.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out. Imagine if I died right now.
Oh no, man.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember this?
Reloading.
To win this game, I ain't gonna lie.
Reloading. Reloading.
B.
Drop in a smoke.
Your hookah? Whatever the fuck.
Right here. Right here.
Placing swarm grenade.
No peeking.
Help me! What the fuck, bro? And just baiting, like.
Embarrassing.
Refreshing.
Planning A.
Spike planted.
Target down. No charges. Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Dafty.
Play together.
No peeking.
Last player
He's
standing.
in there, in the smoke. Just on the bomb. Jump.
And we're back.
Good shit, Gecko.
Yeah, sorry, I just kind of ran in there. You're like, let's play together. I was like, well, let me just run it.
That bunny and nice touch on this
Very
ball.
nice. I'm saying nice there for me.
Placing alarm bot.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I did 173 to him? What the fuck?
I hear them scurrying.
I don't, they just go where, I mean, if I show myself, they run opposite where I am, so.
Get on with it.
I'm playing, whatever.
Right here.
Let me know if you hear anything.
Drop in a smoke.
No. Come on, let's go. Gecko 120. B heaven.
That's a nice try. NC.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going back
Toxin
there.
screen down.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
No peeking.
Wow.
My ult
Here,
is
let's
ready.
go already.
Could I have a drop?
Damn,
These
they
dogs
both
should
got 30
sell
on that
their
team.
item.
God damn. Yo, just back up. Don't play aggressive. Just hold angles, bro, cause
Drop in a smoke.
Stay there, Jared. Stay there.
Joke's over. You're
No
dead.
peeking.
Spike planted.
I'm ass. I'm getting off. Get the fuck off.
Scatter.
Last player standing.
They're not even
Match
good,
point.
man.
Listen up, you muckers. If I
dog
don't get
shit.
back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
Nice. Wherever they think I am, that's where they.
Get out of my way!
Have a kip. No peeking.
Thank you.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Right here. Back like I never left. Think I'll stay? You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah.
One more round, y'all. Hey, yo, Clove, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, bro. Cause I'm ass. About to have 30.
It's not just you, don't worry. It's not just you.
The other team, they got 2 people with 30, bro. We're ass. We losing a 2v5. Except for Clove.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh, right there. Nice. Sure.
Refreshing.
Spike
down,
Spike,
B.
Spike, B, Spike.
Right here. Woo!
And she.
They both here. We're Clove
GG.
right here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good, bro. Nice.
Dizzy has targets.
That's you. Nice, good shit, y'all. Oh my god. Wait, so Clove, do you always aim down sight when you like?
Switching
Why you
sides.
do that?
Overtime.
They look like us, but
So, sometimes.
Yeah, if I'm standing still, why not?
reloading.
Alright, give him some pointers. Give him some pointers. What else? What else? What else?
All
Turn your music on so loud you can't hear anything.
Skins if you want the wins. Oh, here you want spike chair? Oh yeah, no. Here. Just
Right
guys,
here.
go hard through shower. Jared, just quick plant in the cubby then.
Yes, sir.
We'll smoke it. Just someone check hard right in case Omen or someone's on the boxes. We're just gonna go in, plant, and then play back.
Dropping smokes.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Entry. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Go in the boxes.
117
Last
gecko.
player standing.
Bomb grenade out. My ultimate is ready. Placing swarm grenade.
Ulti.
Bomb grenade out. Initiated.
Dropping a smoke.
Random ass shots, bro.
He would have if he just sprayed.
Nah, Phoenix trying
Switching
to knife
sides.
me. Crazy.
Match point.
I look on the map. I'm like, wait, ain't no fucking teammate behind me.
Yeah.
Come on then.
B.
Yeah, B. It's hard B.
Phoenix 140 be long, bro. I can never finish the kill.
Oh, that's a GG.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Joke's over! I'm dead! Careful now. Dead! My ultimate's ready. Watch your eyes!
Attackers win.
Team 10. You have like double the kills the next guy on the team. Give you like 30.
Match found.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
What's that? Justin didn't look the same.
I know your tricks, Wind Girl. You're not faster than me.
Don't move, don't move. Don't move and we won't read. Don't worry, it's some other fucking D-channel hit. Round 2 or some shit.
Focus. Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Turret destroyed.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop the spike.
Reloading. I got the spike.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Our spike carrier is king.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Spike out of charges.
The camera is destroyed.
I don't think she has anything left.
White clean.
Gun here.
Again. Hurt them again. Claw through them.
Placing sentry.
Shadows traveling.
Careful here.
Enemy spotted B. Here.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Spike's down.
Stealing sight.
Many enemies in the
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
I'm ready.
Yeah. As long as you win. As long as you win the round, what's it matter if you buy Phantom?
Let's go.
You want me to smoke it or not, Jared?
Cover going out.
Spotted A.
Someone is mid.
Left, Jared.
Last player standing.
Yeah, this
Come
might
in.
be another gap.
Let's go.
Game.
I got things to do.
I think our team with 3 useless people on our team.
I'll find their cipher.
Here. My ultimate is ready. Shadows traveling.
Here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
No distraction.
Here. Camera taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Squash the last bug.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
I got money. Need something? Need a drop. Thanks.
Like, wasn't it 5 or 6? 7.
Need a drop.
Cover going out.
Careful here.
Shadows traveling.
Here.
The hunt begins.
Cover.
Not ready yet. Stealing sight.
Here. Wow, my eyes are down.
Shadows
Got the
traveling.
spike.
Removed.
Stage killed.
Reloading.
Spike. Not ready yet. Watch them run.
Last player standing.
There's nothing I can do there.
Cat time. Sorry.
I thought about it,
enough
but
for me.
I didn't think everyone would just die.
I'm saving.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. Hold on.
Cover going out.
Watch this.
Here. Here.
Reloading.
Spike carrier is killed. Enemy spotted.
Spike
mid.
down mid.
Target out.
Good.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
No, they're not helping me.
Spike down A.
They did the same thing to me. They let them just walk out and kill me mid.
That's done. My ultimate is ready.
Planted.
Placing swarm grenade. You will not kill my allies. That's free.
Last player standing.
The road has queued and will activate.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as
What,
a
they
team.
voted no?
So, what's the plan?
Help. Help. Help.
Sorry.
Find the leverage and wedge it open.
Shadows traveling.
Careful.
Enemy spotted B.
Initiated. Enemy spotted mid. Here.
killed.
Placing sentry. Stand aside. Enemy spotted B. Area's clear.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
If pain is a lesson, I learned a lot.
Give me a moment. I need to get back up.
My ult is ready.
Cover going out.
Someone is B. Reloading.
Placing sentry.
Someone is mid.
Enemy spotted mid. No distraction.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Brother, what is this?
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
Blocking sight.
My ultimate is ready.
Destabilizing.
Cover going out.
Breaking them.
Bomb grenade out. Spotted A.
Making cover.
Shadows
Reloading. Get out of my way. Blocking sight. Reload. Here. Here.
Cover going out.
Camera taken out.
Enemy spotted mid.
I know exactly where you are.
Enemies placing
Swarm grenade. Where is everyone hiding?
30 seconds left.
Night night. Here.
Watch them run.
Turret out.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted mid.
Rest. It is done.
Wait, what did it?
I can't see them yet.
Was it only one time?
Feel them getting ready.
Need a drop.
Need a drop.
Nice.
This is business. My ult is not ready.
Placing sentry.
Shadows traveling.
Placing alarm bot.
Here. My camera is destroyed. Stop the fire. Need healing. Reload. Put down. Defender spotted. Reloading.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Not better than yours.
Spike
On the
down
site.
B. Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Turn out.
Clutch.
You get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Come on. Daddy dies first and watches the retards flutter around. I don't know. It's tied. Bro, it's wild to lose that.
I hope this one's exciting.
The hunt begins.
Spike down B.
Got the spike.
I got the spike.
My ult is ready.
No distractions. And that's the end.
Enemy spotted.
One
It's
enemy
so
remaining.
retarded.
No target.
Oh, yes!
Breaking them.
Monster on the loose.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything. We keep nothing. Help. 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 I will rip the light from them.
What?
Blinding. You were a mistake. My ultimate is ready. Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Spotted mid.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted. Destabilizing. Watch them run. Dropped gecko.
Someone is mid.
One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my allies.
Not ready yet.
Over there.
Cover going
Enemy
out.
spotted. Defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Let's pack it up.
This time Dad's alive. We're not gonna lose.
Switching sides.
What do we learn
Daddy.
by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
Oh, Cage's AFK.
I'll find their cipher.
Turret out.
Shadows traveling. Help.
Turret destroyed. Hostile down. Variable removed.
Reloading.
Shadows.
Enemy
Yeah,
spotted B. Reloading.
Cover going out.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Important.
Placing sentry.
30 seconds left.
Turrets destroyed. Enemy spotted. B.
Yeah.
Cover going out.
10 seconds left.
Didn't know where Spike
Fear
was.
blinds them.
We ever see it? Oh.
Placing sentry. Keep doing what you do best. Nailed them. One down.
Enemy spotted A.
Stealing sight.
Enough. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Destabilizing. Breaking.
Long.
Look for my shadows. They will hide you.
I'm gonna test mid. Or just don't poke out. They're probably gonna go slow. Yeah.
Shadows traveling.
What? Oh, fucking one way. How's that fucking?
Someone is A. They found my wire. Turret out. Placing swarm grenade. Multiple enemies in.
Shadows traveling.
Breaking them.
Cover going out.
Thirty seconds left.
I don't know.
Spike planted.
You guys let them plant?
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out. Stay down. Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Was that important?
We're on top of boathouse.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Placing sentry.
There.
Placing alarm bot.
Placing swarm grenade.
Placing swarm grenade.
Take them one by one. Show me a target. Destabilizing.
Multiple enemy
You bitch, you bitch. Fuck you. Bro. What?
Enemy spotted B.
That was a good troll.
Enemy spotted B.
Yeah, I did. I was crispy there, man. There we go.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Bomb grenade out. Bomb grenade out. Reloading.
I feel the strain. Work it out, Omen. I need this. Thank you.
How'd you mess up with the one way? Stay out of here. I'm putting a one way again.
Shadows traveling.
The hunt begins.
You will not kill my allies!
Cover going out.
Distraction.
Reloading.
Smoke. FBA.
30 seconds left.
Enemy down.
Spike planted.
They found my wire.
One enemy remaining.
That's a headshot.
Reloading.
I think
Spike defused.
I think it was on his head, but you might have moved too early or something. Better remove it.
Match point.
Put them to sleep.
Wait, what? I just keep typing NT. Oh my god. I died type. And I couldn't be no matter what.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Shadows traveling here.
Enemy.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike planted.
Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Last player standing.
What's up?
Oh
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
They're hilarious.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shadows traveling.
One down. Terminated. My ult.
Watch them.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
Aw, at least they tried. This is nothing.
Thank you.
Clutch.
Where will they go this time?
Reloading. Reloading.
Here.
Placing sentry.
Cover going out.
Here. Good. Careful now. They found my wire.
I know
Spike
exactly
planted.
where you are.
Gone. Blinding.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
German
I'm-
efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Turret out. Yalla, Sheena.
Dr. Crispy.
Shadows traveling.
Spike spotted A.
Stay silent. No more meddling.
Spike down A.
Cover going out.
Is everyone hiding?
One enemy remaining.
Dying would've sucked.
Defenders win.
Okay, that's done. And close this place.
Try to breathe my air. Nice. How many do we? Water. What I need? I need water for a refresh. Water. I told you this. I believe this. Water is like the most important thing. You need good water. If you don't drink pure water, if you drink poison water. I can. Never mind. So I almost said something. Listen to music. I was gonna sing a
Match
song.
found.
Yeah, today's the 30th. Yeah, next hour. What? The new moon?
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know. Okay, kids, we've got company. Pretend you all get along.
Oh, what's wrong with you? They were my favorite. I love them growing up.
Smoke's down.
I think they're B guys.
We're coming.
Dude, what? I don't want to hear all that. They killed the two flankers.
Smoke's
this
down.
is freaking crazy, bro.
Tag 26.
Oh, we're fucked now.
No, we're fine.
They're rotating, guys.
Oh, really? Two tiles.
Peace. Last player standing.
60 brim.
Kill him and defuse. Kill him and defuse.
What the hell?
Spike down A.
If you let him plant, you win.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Good try.
Brimstone,
That was almost crazy.
You sure I can't listen to music?
To be fair, I said kill him and defuse. I should have said kill him. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We got this. We got it this time.
Got this team. Everyone, good job.
Well, I was speaking.
I'm locked in.
Don't fucking interrupt our friends.
Thank you.
What? I meant you.
Wait.
I'm here to stay.
Yeah, what do you
Wait
want to
one moment.
No peeking.
Nothing mid.
I picked the wrong side again, guys. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Dude, can you stop doing that? It's really gross.
Have one of these.
Spike planted.
I'm going Borba. Why kill two?
No peeking.
Sova main. Brim's on site. Reina's in there. Yeah, get his mic. Shit! Right side, left side.
Player standing.
There's a Spectre on me.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my
What?
god, you're the goat.
Bro, what the fuck?
Clutch.
What the fuck? That was crazy.
Could have beaten twice the number.
Now we're talking. Don't jinx it though. Stay humble.
Take him down.
Decoy.
They're here, grabbing Orb B.
Okay, I'm coming.
Thank you for this. I've been tagged. I have blind for when they come.
Launching smoke.
The road's hitting. Go, 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 go.
You guys got. I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, mine. I did damage.
One enemy
Saved my
remaining.
life. Mole, mole.
Spike down
No
mid.
peeking.
Where?
Right there.
Refreshing.
Holy moly.
Mole, mole.
Good job, guys.
That Brimstone's a stubborn ass. Reminds me of someone.
They can't, or like, they can't all buy here.
There's one here. Clove, careful.
It's A. I got fucked. It's A.
Right between the eyes.
74 Sage, probably gonna
They
heal.
went mid, Clove.
Molly.
Let's get him, Clove. Holy cow.
You will not kill my allies.
They didn't even plant yet. What the heck?
Right there.
I think one elbow.
Launching smoke.
Last player standing.
Shit. 52 Phoenix.
Smoke's down.
There might be two coming from main.
Thirty seconds left.
Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
Stim beacon down.
I killed 3.
Hey, little
I
man,
would have had to
pump
kill
us up.
6.
Let's hear it.
Here.
Yep. I killed 3. 3 were still alive. Now they can. Damn I? Or no, Seth. It was Seth. Good cry.
Launching smoke.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Molly.
When they come out, I'm gonna.
I'm coming.
I messed it up.
Grenade. Get him. Here, catch.
Up you go. Someone's there.
They're all there. I can.
Ready.
Open up the sky. Deep fried. Launching smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Main.
Got
Nice.
5. That's bingo.
The dimension of fabric
here is thin. I'll tear through.
Alright, muckers. Off we go.
Smoke's down.
What?
Shot speed.
Yes, yeah. You see, dude, he went fucking crazy.
Smoke's down. Decoy.
Are they out? Are they out?
Yeah, they're out.
Beacon here. Molly.
I can blind us out. Are you ready?
Someone's there.
I hate my life.
Back like I never left.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Ayahuasca. God and
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
to save humanity by saving white Western culture. It's the only way you're gonna save the world by doing this, and it's a mission from God, and then he's gonna kill. It's bad. Like not good. Yeah, it's not good. Well, the video is humorous. It's humorous. He says some goofy things.
The hunt begins.
Right here.
How come they're never the site that I'm at?
An elbow.
I think I've picked wrong every site so far.
No peeking.
Your whose eyes on them. Go get him.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Grenade.
What's so many
videos and put like public.
No more doubts. We're ready.
I don't know. Okay, Jared, let's lock in.
Okay.
Drop in a smoke.
They're B! I'm scared, guys. I'm really scared.
Launching smoke.
I'm telling you, I never picked the right site, man. You haven't pushed my site once.
Dang. Maybe you should pick a different site.
My wingman's down.
Somebody's there.
I flashed one.
Now we're cooking.
Last player standing.
We just lined up for him.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
That's funny. That was rough, man. Not gonna lie, that was kind of funny.
Which part?
We all lined up for him.
Come on, let's go.
Fired like one bullet and killed 4 people.
Phoenix. Brimstone mid.
Molly!
Joke's over! You're dead!
Over.
Enemy B.
How did I still pick the wrong site? Somebody else tell me where to go
Launching
next time.
smoke.
Careful here.
They're just picking up the orb here.
Have one of these.
Smoke's down.
Hey there, Jay.
I'm low as fuck.
Stim beacon down.
Gun here.
Tiles. Anything, eh?
Oh.
30 seconds left. Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike planted.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
This team has donkey brains, mush brains.
Hold it down.
Stim beacon here.
And see. Like that. I actually like these.
Y'all hold down B. I'll believe in y'all.
Have one of these.
Nice.
Careful here. Bomb buddy out.
Assists.
Spike spotted B. Enemy B.
Prepare for hellfire.
I'm flanking. Keep them busy.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Still here, I'm here.
Very good job.
Reloading.
Vibe check. You feeling good? Hope so.
Hello.
I need a drop.
Decoy.
First up's B. Or maybe I'm crazy. Mid.
Launching smoke. Smoke's down.
I can try to ult them. Thoughts?
It's all you, little homie.
Open up the sky!
He's detained. Oh, okay.
6 combo.
Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Must have been in a corner or
This is
something.
it. Get those guns.
Need
Can
equipment.
someone buy me,
You buy me,
please?
Jared?
Thanks.
Yeah.
My ult is ready.
Joke's
B, B,
over.
B.
You're
Launching
dead.
smoke.
B, B, B.
Enemies are B.
The hunt begins.
Stim beacon here.
Shot my wingman.
Back like I never left. Here, catch. No peeking.
Last player standing.
Nice. My ult's ready.
Nowhere to run!
Switching sides.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Need help.
Teammates, gases. And I have 3 kills in the last 8 rounds, so that didn't help. Oh, this music is ass. I got it.
It's our turn.
6 now.
No peeking.
Stim beacon down. Smoke's down.
Blow him up, man.
Backside team.
Reloading. My
Still backside.
Spike planted. Smoke's down.
Sylvan market.
Careful here.
Who trained you?
Drop in a smoke.
Let's just play cross. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
You want more?
thought they were
Sorry,
gonna throw
buddy,
that.
it's over. He says they're
I
bullets.
know
too.
you are, but when you died, I was like, go fuck. Alright, 2 minutes. Fast. Smoke mid, you said? Smoke mid? Do you smoke mid? Do you smoke mid? Okay, got it.
Let's see how it goes.
Flash mid, please.
Up the way.
Launching smoke.
Where are we going?
Reload.
We're market.
Stim beacon down.
We're market.
No peeking.
Spike planted.
Careful here. No peeking. Right here.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's down.
That's a kill.
Molly.
One enemy remaining.
He's on site.
Last player standing.
Nice. Good time.
Never
You have
show
2?
weakness. Ever.
Crazy man. Good. Dude, I like never get knife kills. Yes. It's so jumpy, I just like want to shoot. Let's go plant the bomb.
I'll cut through.
I can plant the bomb. My little guy can do it.
Dropping smokes.
I got the spike.
Dropped.
Okay. I'll plant like.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Okay.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Oh my god.
Guys, what happened? I was in mid.
Now, guys, you have to admit that one was funny too. That one was funny. I'm still laughing.
What happened though?
I got stuck.
Brim body blocked me in the fire.
Oh, Fortnite.
The horrible fire.
Launching smoke.
One on site. Fire. Nice.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. Careful
Alley,
here.
alley, a bunch.
Smoke's down. Cutting through.
Reyna A-Link.
Ollie.
74. Reyna.
Last player standing.
Pew pew. Refreshing.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Lock in.
We need your comms, man.
Sorry.
Maybe we could be quiet first.
Enemy spotted mid.
Silva mid top.
Fake teleport. Launching smoke. Precarious down.
Oh.
Spike
Nice.
down
Spike.
B.
Stim beacon down. My ult's ready.
Reloading.
Launching smoke. Smoke's down. I'll handle this.
Plant the spike.
Reyna A-Link.
Enemy spike
Have
planted.
one of these.
Many enemies, eh? Out of charges. I'm right here. Out of charges.
Reyna's on site.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left. Ugh.
And
I'm trying. What the fuck you want me to do? He's gonna walk up and shoot me. I'm gonna die.
Dropping a smoke.
Gotta better watch their backs.
It's not me. It's not me. Promise. No, I swear it's not me.
Jump them. Smoke's down. Dim beacon
Reload.
Here comes the
Reloading.
enemy spotted B.
Joke's over! You're
No
dead!
begin. Drop enemy spotted B.
Plant the spike.
What the fuck?
Reloading.
That's 3, right? That's 3.
Prepare for hellfire.
3 times, baby. Yeah, yeah.
Have one of these.
Brimstone Boba.
Last player standing.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, this team has kind of melted down a little, Jared.
Point.
Had a rough go of it.
Pinche Radiant.
Why are you talking like it's over?
Let's do what we do.
Enemy spotted A. Drop in a smoke. Satchel out.
Launching smoke.
Satchel out.
Rush is ready. Here, catch.
Elbow, elbow.
Spotted A.
Alright, 135. Brimstone.
Spike planted.
It's all you, little homie.
No peeking.
When you're good, you're good.
Alley.
I fear nothing. Uh-oh.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Elbow. I'm not peeking this.
Last player standing.
Good job. Yeah, it was close.
At this one time where I actually never mind.
Comeback time, guys.
We got this.
6 straight. We need 6 straight. Okay, 7. We need 7 straight. Go fast, fast, fast. Go, go, go.
Dim beacon here. Launching smoke. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Here, catch.
Plant the spike.
Plant the spike.
Mosh pit.
Smoke's down.
I'm alley dally.
Spike planted.
Decoy.
Drop in a smoke.
One flanking.
Right there.
Flank dead. One more flanking.
One enemy remaining.
Alley, alley.
51.
Oh, the Brim's 26 and 14. Yeah, a little bit.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Need equipment.
Clove, can you buy Brim?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Guys want to come back.
I'm pulling out the Vandal.
walk up B. They always throw a molly.
Dropping smokes.
Careful, bro.
Spike down B.
Joke's over!
Smoke
You're
down.
dead!
Somebody's there.
Prepare for hellfire.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
You can ace.
Ult.
Open up the sky. Dim beacon here.
Flawless.
NT, GG's.
Defenders win.
GG's.
You saw that too, right? I don't know. Last season, yeah. This will be the. I've got the last 2 seasons. This will be the first. Yeah, if I miss it this time, that'll be the first I miss it. But I really don't give a shit. Yeah, yeah. Let me look, cause I can look back in the with the buddies I have. Let me see. Oh yeah, so I got gold episode 6, missed in 7, got it in 8, which was last one. Maybe we miss again and then we could get it again. I don't know. It might have. I think it's banned. Cause he used to, like, not even joking, like, call people the N-word and stuff. It was not good. Well, yeah. You can always check. They give you the buddies for free. Oh Lord. Are you guys back? What? Uh-oh. Hello there. What's our drink tonight, sir? Bruh, fuck that. I hate alcohol. I just don't like it. It gives me a headache. What? Oh, I drank plenty of water. If I drank a beer for every
Match
water,
found.
I'd be in trouble. Oh. Hey team, what's up, guys?
What's up, dog?
Uh-oh, does he have to show us the neon? Does he have to remind us? Sure, it's up to you, sir.
I am the beginning.
I'll run it down.
Do you play Deadlock? Deadlock's really good in this map.
Yeah, we love a deadlock.
That works. That works. I fuck with KJ.
But leopards are the most versatile of all the big cats.
What do we what? No. One of them's gold, rain is gold, and ISO silver. Bronze 2. What shared?
Radiant powers, deadly.
What'd you say?
Gotta go.
What's that supposed to mean? Guys, I'm not that bad. You might need to carry a little bit this game, though. Am I what? No.
going out.
Grenade! Reloading. Reloading.
Multiple enemies.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted. A.
Not ready yet. Stealing sight.
Mark 3.
Spike down A.
I'm out of here. Watch out! I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Trust.
What are you gonna do from up there with 45 health?
Enemy remaining.
No.
Good try.
Right. Go, go, go! Fear the chaos.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm impressed.
Didn't lose.
Reloading.
Why not? They just won. Well, then you want to go see. You want to go here then, if you're them, because they have long rifles on us.
I am everywhere.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Enemy A. Sentry. Enemy spotted A. Turret destroyed.
Cover going out.
Marked 1. Alice! No more dreams.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Enemy A. There. You were so close.
You see? They're still.
Hey, where? I didn't see it. No.
Probably gonna go C this time. I'll stick A, but I'm fine with being alone.
Wait. Do we want the op here?
I wouldn't. I don't like early game opping, because then they start opping too for comeback and just turns into a shithole.
Yeah, I like. Don't give them any ideas.
Facts, facts.
Turret out. Here. Multiple enemies. C.
I'm rotating early.
Turret enemy destroyed. C.
Spike down C.
Shadows traveling.
Spike C. Reyna killed.
Do we have spike? We have spike.
Yeah, we do. Garage. Don't fight that, man. Don't fight that. There's no point.
Let go.
Garage clear.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
My ultimate is ready.
Is everyone's tech still
I'm
working?
outta here.
Double check it, please.
I can buy one of you if you want.
I can buy somebody.
Need a drop. Slammer, thanks. Placing sentry.
I can buy you, Jared.
No problem.
Where are
Raise you here? You need to buy. Okay.
Here.
Good kill.
Placing swamp.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
That's crazy.
Blinding.
Satchel out.
You're done. Spike A. Reloading. Not bad.
I was gonna say, where was she hiding?
Used to that.
Oh.
I'm out of here.
Leon, you wanna buy?
Let me request a.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks. Need a drop. Salamat, thanks.
Sage's
Go,
walls
go, go.
are coming down.
Turret out.
Cover going out.
Reloaded.
Mid.
Placing swarm grenade.
The hunt begins.
It's you and me.
Cover going out.
This way. Gotta go.
Enemy mid.
Go in A, go in A. Am I tripping? Man, I swear I heard
One
them walking
enemy
A. I'm
remaining.
tripping out right now. Good shit, guys.
We could finish this with our eyes closed, but I wouldn't recommend.
Can I get this? Thanks.
Give them no crop.
Sentry.
You guys smoke that.
Here comes this party. Turn down. Hostile enemy, see.
Shadows traveling.
Planting A.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
You will not kill my allies. Get him.
Smart
Blinding.
move. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out. I'll find you.
Good shit, guys.
Reloading. Thanks. I'm out of here.
Team Ace.
Team Ace, good job. Oh, did you?
Clock sticking.
Oh my god. That is dirty.
Go, go, go. Placing swarm grenade.
Alarm bot out.
Damn.
Quick peek now. Turret out.
Shadows traveling.
Please smoke B, smoke B. Yeah, hard B, hard B, hard B. Oh, sorry, Jared.
140 clove coming from A. On your guys' flank.
They ulted on B.
Clove coming from an A, hit 140.
Bring them down.
Last player standing.
Is ready. My turn.
Good try, guys.
That's my bad, Jerry.
I tried to counter the fade ult with my fade ult. It didn't work out.
I thought they were all going on B. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Placing swarm grenade.
Coming through. Take this. There. I'll find you.
Garage, garage.
That is such bad timing.
Last player standing.
Yeah, we were like watching the whole time. Yeah.
Please stay alive.
Like you were watching the whole time and the second you turn away. Did you guys know there's some fish that eat birds?
Nobody else does. We need somebody
Dang, I didn't even know that.
who's just there.
I said I'm watching like a nature documentary and there's like fish that eat birds. Like I thought sharks did. I didn't know like tuna and shit ate that. That's fucking wild.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
The hunt begins.
Here.
Spike down mid.
Where do we expect them?
Watch them run.
Someone's in attacker spawn. Dropped.
ISO B. Neon, you're behind him. Planting A.
B.
Oh, planting B. Planting B.
Spike planted.
It's you and me.
Last player standing.
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Can someone switch to me? I want to go see. Yo, Neon, for me, like, my aim got so much better when I just unbinded crouch key.
Saying advice.
Bro,
Not
I
asking
swear,
for
like,
advice
I
here.
physically cannot crouch, and my aim is so much better.
He's just trying to help
Is
you out,
it?
bro. Relax.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. My aim's bad.
Watch our base, they could rotate to B.
Enemy spotted A. Reloaded. Area's clear.
Get their garage.
Watch out. This way. Careful.
A. Nice.
Spike down B.
I'm out of here.
Spike B.
Where are you? Go, go, go.
Good job, guys.
Weapon here.
Good job, guys. No way we lose another 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
Gotta go.
Let me just swipe those biometrics.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
I'm gonna go see again.
Watching this.
It's working as a flanker though. It's going crazy on it.
Gotta go.
Turret out. That's how you survive.
I don't think so.
Shadows traveling.
See.
Go, go, go.
Shadows traveling.
That makes 3.
Go crazy, guys. Ace.
One enemy remaining.
Give him the ace. Give him the ace.
Stun.
Here comes your ace.
Ace.
Good job.
I haven't gotten an ace in comp in like months,
Last
dog.
round in the half.
Sweet. That was crazy.
Appreciate you, dog.
Congrats,
I
let's
stunned
go.
them and then just danced on them.
Gun here. Sentry.
Move.
Yeah, they didn't want people spamming and stuff through smokes.
Enemy A.
Face your fear.
Cover going out.
Okay.
You will not kill my allies.
Is it B?
Here.
It's A.
Cover going out.
Here.
Spike planted.
Enemy down.
Wait, they're totally cheating. Well, not all of them.
Player standing.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Reyna killed.
Good try.
Switching sides.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
You need to lock in. I'm so glad we got that guy an ace. He loved that. Where do you guys want smokes? Where do you guys want smokes?
What's up with the frenzy? Is it a good gun?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Reloading.
Oh no, I never mess with it. I always feel
Okay,
like it
I'm
runs
gonna
out
leave
of
garage
ammo
open then.
when you kill them.
I'll leave garage.
That's my job.
Shadows traveling.
Gotta go. Short's good. Where are you?
Left.
Turret out. Go, go, go. Grenade. Enemy C. Here.
Listen up.
Spike planted.
Goodbye.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy. Defender spawn.
Sweet dreams, asshole. Got here.
Hi. Fight's not over, you know. Gotta go.
What are we feeling?
I mean, what can we do? B? We just run on B?
I'm down.
That defense.
I'm gonna smoke left side first, and I'll smoke right side.
Shadows traveling.
There.
Shocking.
I'll find you.
Bomb by
Someone's on site, yeah.
One.
Placing sensor.
Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade. Spike planted. Reloading. Short shot.